Good evening, everyone. I'll call to order the December 9th, 2024 meeting of the Ware Board of Selectmen at 6:31 PM. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to open it up for public comment. Come on up, Mr. Butt. Hopefully you made it here fine.
Wasn't too bad.
Good.
I'll be leaving early, so
Understood. I would be too if I could.
a few cars off the side of the road on coming up on 114.
Oh, be safe out there.
Yeah, I got some questions and concerns about the operating budget. It appears to be about an $800,000 increase over the previous year, your proposed budget. I think that's the single biggest increase ever. And I looked at a couple of departments, and I got some concerns about some of the increases and the lack of, what I would say, attention to the budget in terms of questions as a department head comes in and makes a proposal. I went through looked at the minutes for the Public Works Director, Public Works Department. He made his presentation, and according to the minutes, which is your official record, there wasn't a single question from a board member. That concerns me. And on the agenda tonight, you're going to finalize the operating budget.
We're going to talk about the operating budget. I doubt seriously we'll finalize it.
I can only tell you what I read, which
agenda.
is said finalize the operating budget. So I'm
Correct.
assuming that was the intent at one point. A couple of items that I'm concerned about, transfer station. This is the wait time. It's under fuel. There's a wait time increased by 300% to $13,468. It seems like a sizable increase of 300%, which should be questioned. Maybe you have. The cost of trash disposal is increased by $37,000. And the operating budget for the department is increased by $101,000. Yeah, we were told at one point that the removing bulk items from the household waste was going to actually reduce our budget. I think at the time it was estimated at about $80,000. It doesn't seem like that's the case. In addition to the fact that you're still $8,000 under in terms of fees that should have been collected for the demolition trailer. You can't make that up. It's gone, and you're going to have to take money from what we were taxed for to pay for that cost, which should have been fee-based. And I don't want anybody to think that's great, because compared to last year, we're way under. Last year or the year before, maybe it was last year, that shouldn't be the bar, right? $30,000. Yeah, $8,000 looks great. But I think the intent is zero, within a few $100s, and it has been in the past. So I don't think anybody should accept that. Let's see, sorry. Park and Recreation. I have some concerns, and I'm not disparaging any volunteers. They do a great job, and they don't get paid for it. And I think if I was the department head, I'd ask for everything I could get. The other gatekeepers, though. It wasn't that long ago, there was an article placed in the warrant to create a revolving fund. And I'm just going to read from the deliberative session, the purpose of this. It says the intent behind this is that the maintenance line for parks and recreation is very minimal, but it costs more and more to repair, replace, damage when intentional or unintentional. It's more and more common that they are exceeding their repair budget, and this is hopefully a fix for this. It's going to be less on taxpayer impact and more on fee-based. That was the intent, read to the voters at the deliberative session. Yet, when I look at the Park and Rec budget, I see that their repair line is increased by $2,000. The park maintenance line has been increased by $1,500. And they also included a pay raise for the director of $2,000. I didn't think pay raises were going to be put into the operating budget. I thought they've always appeared as an article in warrant, either as part of the overall general increase or not. So I really have some concerns as to why they're increasing their budget for those items that were intended to be covered by the revolving fund. That's what was told to the voters. It doesn't appear that's the case. There's $36,000 in that revolving fund now, and they didn't spend any money at all this year from that revolving fund. They did the prior year $4,000 for some fencing down at Bolton Field, I believe. So I would think that those lines should be not increased, but reduced. Okay, and the other thing is the pay increase for the director, $2,000. I can't recall ever an operating budget including pay raises, because those are generally put on as a separate article of warrant. So I'm assuming these are questions that you have, or should have, that need to get answered, and they should have been asked at the time these were presented. I don't see any of that. I don't see any interaction with the department heads. And my sense is you're working for the department heads. It's great for them. I don't think you're working for the taxpayers. I haven't heard any comments or any phrase associated with how can we reduce the budget to save on taxes. I haven't heard that at all. If
Well,
anything,
hopefully you'll stick around this evening, as much as you
getting
can.
late. You know, I mean, when the budget's presented, that's when you should start asking questions to verify the veracity of the request.
Well,
And I just
that's your
don't
opinion.
hear
You're
it.
entitled
I
to
don't
that.
hear it. If you're saving it for tonight, again, here we are, maybe 3 weeks away from a public hearing on the budget. It seems like this is being done at the last minute. Sorry, and I have one other point. The CIP, is it true that every member of the CIP subcommittee resigned?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Who's responsible for that?
Planning board,
You know, the planning board had a subcommittee.
right.
Do they,
I'll let you,
speak to a little
yeah,
bit.
I'll let you
Ex
take
officio
over.
planning, the decision was made, thank you. The decision was made at the planning board level to not institute the CIP this year and to just do the CIP presentations to the planning board directly.
why did that change?
I mean,
That's
we
an
can go back to the- We can
unusual-
go back to but I remember part of the discussion was, there was one remaining member, and it was should the planning board go out and try and find members again?
Okay,
You know, it
so
was-
people resigned.
I don't know that it was resigns, as, terms expired. There were people that, maybe hadn't been re-upped in the past.
It's just, okay.
This board had nothing to do with that decision. It was at the planning board level.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
So the planning board now is responsible for CIP. First time in the past, I don't know, 15, 20 years.
They've always been indirectly responsible for it through the subcommittee.
I'm sorry.
They've always been indirectly responsible for it by setting up the subcommittee.
Well, if
That
you
was their
follow the
sub-
process over the past 10 or 15 years, it was, the subcommittee did all the work. Presented it to
Under
the planning board.
Yes.
And that, basically what was submitted was what was presented to the Board of Selectmen. It was really at arm's length on the planning board. Subcommittee did all the work. So you're saying the planning board's doing all that work. I tried to look up the minutes to see what was discussed, and the last set of minutes is August for the planning board, so I wasn't able to find out what actually was discussed. But have you received, and some of you have been on the board for a few years, received a spreadsheet from the planning board showing the items that they're recommending to be approved, they're recommending to the Board of Selectmen, what the cost is, what the deferred cost may be, What is the funding method, and what's the 5-year or 8-year plan? Have you received that spreadsheet?
I believe yes,
Oh, you have.
yes.
Is that being discussed tonight?
Yeah, well, if we get to it, it's under the warrant article portion. Operating budget will be first part. of
Is
the
that
discussion.
available to the public?
Yes, absolutely.
It's not on the website?
Not that I know
Probably.
of. Beth could get it to you.
Okay. Well, maybe not, but yeah.
I'm not sure she,
Is there a spreadsheet available, Beth?
yeah.
Oh, there is? Okay, great.
I can send it to you.
Okay, thanks. You got my address, huh? Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a safe ride.
Anyone else for public comment? Before proceeding with the agenda, I'd just like to remind everyone that we do have a public hearing that will start at 7:30. Wherever we are in the agenda at that point, we will pause, move on to the Wordley Road discussion, and then resume the agenda from that point after we finish Worthy Road. So I think, Chief, you're here not just for general budget, but you have 1 or 2 items, grant funding, and talk about the cruiser. 3? Okay, I guess I missed one.
So first is the replacement of Vehicle 6. It was involved with an accident. We did get word from Primex that that vehicle was totaled. We received, this was the 2021 Tahoe. We received $46,125 from Primex minus the $1,000 deductible, leaving $45,125. I have received a quote for a new Tahoe. The dealership does have one on the lot, as well as equipment removal from the old vehicle, reinstallation on the new vehicle, which will need a new push bumper, and an estimate on graphics. I haven't had an actual quote from him. But based on what we got from Primex and the funding needed, we have a balance of $15,727.50 to obtain a new Tahoe. I'd request up to $16,000 for the authorization of a replacement of Vehicle 6 to be taken from the Town of Ware's operating budget, which is a forecast surplus of $357,000 according to Finance Director Rouse. That was our oldest Tahoe. It had approximately 70,000 miles on it.
Any questions for the chief?
How does that change the, the annual plan?
It wouldn't. We should replace one car every year annually. Just now, we're going to get more value out of that one when eventually it comes up to be traded in. I can look at what it was projected to be replaced, but it wouldn't impact the rate.
So you would not extend the life, you would
Right.
turn it in at the same year that you were planning
Correct.
to 6 anyway?
Correct.
Okay.
Life cycle management. Because if you push that vehicle out a year, now you backed everything up, so it's now there at a 7-year life cycle
Yeah.
instead of a
That's why I asked.
6-year.
Yeah.
Yes. But obviously, this trade would mean we're getting a higher value when we do trade it in. And I do have that. I can look to see when it is projected to. To be gone, let's see, 2027 is when it was projected to go through. So replacing it this year, we'd still get 3 years out of it. And because it's going to be the vehicle 4, it took them almost 9 or 10 months to get upfit. We already have the equipment. It was taken off of 4. He only needs to order a push bumper. As soon as he orders a push bumper, they'll upfit it and we're good.
And then, sometimes we talk about a year, but it ends up being purchased and rolled out the next year. So is replaced in 2027, would that be from a vehicle potentially approved in 26? Or is it approved in 27 but actually replaced in 28?
It would be approved at the town vote in March of 2027, and it would probably go on the street November-ish, based on the current timelines. So almost 2028 before it's actually rolled out.
Okay.
So this one that you want to replace, is going to be a new one, you want to trade it in 2027?
Correct. That's just life cycle management, but we're not there yet. We just need to get the vehicle that was wrecked replaced.
But I think you would actually look though and see if there's something going on with another vehicle that you
Oh,
could
absolutely,
trade it in.
absolutely.
You would use your common
Correct.
sense there, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hopefully, we're well beyond all that. The last Charger, as long as we keep going one a year, should be replaced in 2026. So we would have all Tahoes 2027. The 2021 would have been the oldest, but obviously, you are correct. If we were having problems with a different one, we shuffle that as we need to.
And this is a Tahoe for a Tahoe.
Correct.
Okay.
2021 for a 2024.
Right.
There were no other options
As far as,
as far as any other Tahoes, 21s, 22s, 23
what do you mean?
Used.
used that you could
Oh,
find?
we don't. We go off a state bid, so we don't even look at used Tahoes.
So this is a new, brand new Tahoe.
Correct.
Good.
I have looked recently at used Tahoes, just because I was kind of looking at Carfax based on what we had for mileage on the 2021, and those are going about 35, roughly.
So
Low
what-
30s. We're getting a brand new one for 52 and change.
What would you do if we didn't have $300,000 in the operating budget?
Well, that'd be up to you guys. We'd have to, I mean,
Well, what would you have presented?
what would I present it?
Yeah.
I'd talk to the finance director, see what other funding sources we have. We obviously have to keep cars on the road. We don't have extra cars available. Right now, 3 is diagnosed with a failing transmission. We just got 2 back on the road from a failed transmission. Before that, 5 was off the road for a significant amount of time for an exhaust system, which was a significant repair. So it's just a matter of rolling one in right after another. When cars, we typically, even though we're authorized 7, we typically have 4 available for our use. Between standard maintenance issues, more long-term maintenance issues, what have you. Actually upfitting a new vehicle. Like I said, that we got the town vote was approved March, where we could get that Tahoe. We just put it into service November 20th, where it was completed. And there has been a time in our past where we had 1 vehicle available for 6 weeks. So I had officers sitting around the station, not doing anything, working on reports, but you can only do that so long.
It's mostly a guess, but do you have any idea how much the trade-in in 27 would be for a 2020, is it a 4 or 5?
I haven't looked at that. It'd be a 2024.
Yeah.
I have looked at the projection for 6-year-old Tahoes with about 150,000 miles, and I see $15,000 to $20,000 when we trade those in. But I didn't look for a 3-year-old with roughly 60 to 70,000 miles.
Because if it's 16,000 more, and that's what you're asking, then, it's break even. And so then the question, it probably won't be. So the question is, is the amount below break even worth spending? I think it is.
Oh, sure.
Go-
Essentially, we're paying $16,000 to take 70,000 miles off a vehicle, is what we're doing.
Is there any amount in your repair lines that can come down based on this?
Oh, no, my repair line is 150, 200% over budget roughly. $10,000.
For next year?
Oh, no, absolutely not. We still have 3 Dodges. They're gonna break. My repair line will not stick at $10,000. That line is significantly underfunded. Are you talking about, so I think I see what you're saying, based on replacing the 21 with the 20. So we don't see a huge repairs. We're seeing all standard repairs with the Tahoes. Our repair line is significantly over because of the Dodges we still have in service. Since we're not replacing a Dodge based on this, it's not going to really impact the repair line.
I don't remember. Do you get, I guess you get the warranty. So really you're also buying that. I'm assuming, because at some point the 2021 warranty ended or will end.
It's the 5-year on transmission. It's the standard warranty. We don't get
Oh,
anything
okay.
extended.
That's pretty close to the life cycle then. I was considering that may also be a way to
Savings.
justify, yeah.
Quote-unquote savings. Cost avoidance,
Sure.
potential. Does everybody think about using the excess funds for this now, today?
What do I think? I think if we're gonna replace something, I'm not a fan of buying used stuff, but I think if we're gonna replace something that's gonna be traded in 2 years, that we ought to not spend more than what the insurance claim is.
Thoughts?
I would be in favor of doing it now, as, again, we don't know in 2 years if this would be the vehicle that's being traded in, or something else might happen. Might have to keep this one a little bit longer than anticipated.
And this goes over CIP amount, doesn't it?
Technically, it would be an emergency repair because it impacts services.
Thoughts about spending it today versus waiting?
Waiting how long?
You're looking at 24, 25.
24, this is for a 24. He has on the lot currently. I'm not sure, he hasn't received 25s yet. We haven't even got a price for 25s.
21 Tahoe for 52,987. It's 70,000 miles. That's 3 years. You get a brand new one for 53,000, right?
52 and change. I have the actual,
87.
yeah. 52,656.
2021 pre-owned Chevy Tahoe, 59,586 miles for $52,987.
That's more than what we're paying for a brand new one.
Just saying. I find them all day long.
Do you have a proposal? I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, typically, that's how we handled, you know, insurance claims was. So,
Pay
What
what you
guess
do
we're
we
gonna
do, what do we do with
set
the
interest.
truck? The plow truck last year?
which one?
The one that,
It didn't total, so they fixed it.
yeah, okay.
The ones that got totaled, they replaced for the money they got.
Why don't you allow us some
Fire
time to
vehicle,
think
the
about
board
this?
kept the money.
Okay.
So, not tonight, but we'll put it on the agenda for next time and see if
So
we
he's
can't
not
come
gonna
to-
hold it for us. We only got a week to decide. We might lose the vehicle.
Of course.
These are hard to come. The only reason he had one on the lot is funding fell through with another department. So he had this one available last minute. Typically, they're not available, and we'd be waiting on a 2025.
Could you take your money from your special detail and then it's gonna alter your warrant article amount? Could you you're looking for $16,000 right there, right? So why couldn't you ask to use that and then just
Could.
alter your next year's purchase on your warrant article? Just
Or the full amount on the warrant article. I mean, we could do that. Good
What
idea.
again?
that
Brenda,
idea.
say that again?
So in next year's proposed warrant article for a new vehicle, we offset that amount. 10,000 came from the special detail fund, 6,000 came from the dam patrols. Instead of using that for next year's warrant article, we increased the warrant article.
$16,000 you wanted to
Six-
use from the sale of the stuff that you sold at the White Farm.
White Farm.
Oh, yeah, we could do that too. Either way, it was 16,600 for either detail funds and another 16 was, I'm not sure if it was 16 flat for the it might have been yeah, okay, 16,000 for the sale of the two vehicles. So either of those funding sources could be used and the warrant article would increase for next year.
I'd rather put it in front of the voters, so I think that's a better option.
You're saying move the funding source, or, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a good idea.
Thoughts on that, Benji?
So you wanna do again?
He wants to move the money from,
Yeah.
that he was gonna use for the new vehicle under the warrant, from the dam patrols, is that correct? 16
From the
or-
White Farm.
White Farm, sale of 2 vehicles from White Farm, which was
So
16,000.
we're just gonna increase the ask for this.
For the warrant article, the next warrant article.
For the next one.
The 2025 Tahoe, which would go in front of the voters.
Yeah, I mean, you're still supplementing this amount, I mean,
Yeah, but the voters get to vote, and if they wanna raise that money.
I suppose, I mean, I would think that they would want to, yeah. It's not like it's for a car or not for a car, it's just for a car a little bit more money. It's not that I want to replace it, and it's not that, you know, I'm not a fan of buying used junk neither, it's just. It's over the CIP amount, and that isn't what we have ever done before, so I guess we're gonna move forward with that, then. That's how we're gonna do for everybody, and it's fine.
Beth, procedural wise,
You're using revenue we haven't earned yet. I mean, you wanna use the revenue from the auction. That we
Last
paid
year's auction,
Last year's auction, okay.
16,000, what we'd already committed to.
yeah. Is there any way you can come up here and sit?
No, I was just confused.
Is there any way you can
about
come up here and sit?
There was, just keep in mind though, that 16 didn't all go in because it was a fee. It was their administration fee.
They took that out before the 16.
They took it out.
16 is what we actually got. I remember asking Director Rouse that, Chief Rouse.
You have to share your microphone, it'll work.
Procedure-wise, if the revenue was earned in '24, you can use it in '24. I thought he was thinking about the next year's auction. That was my concern.
And what about Benji's point about this is above the CIP threshold?
It is, $15,000 is in the thing, so.
According to the purchasing policy, it's an emergency expenditure. You can go over the threshold.
Also, as discussed before, I would argue that police vehicles are no longer eligible for CIP because they're an annual expense. CIP is for things that aren't an annual expense.
We want it to be an annual expense, but it's never been voted that way.
Correct.
Not saying that them and plow trucks shouldn't be that way someday, but it hasn't been voted that way yet.
Sure.
We're checking the procedure.
I mean, there's a catch-all on the whole purchasing policy. The Board of Selectmen retains full authority to, at their discretion, waive any and all requirements herein when in the board's judgment it is deemed in the best interest of the town. So I'm not suggesting that means it's meaningless, but, if the data is, we can get a new one for the price of a used one, we can shift dollar amount so that the voters have more of a say. And I guess I did have a question on the plow trucks. If I remember right, we've said in the past that the plow trucks, like, we don't ever trade them in, right? They're
They're
dead by the
traded
end.
in.
Say again?
They're traded in.
Okay, so, what was that then? But, do you have an idea of, like, the percentage value of a plow truck when it gets traded in?
About one.
1%?
1%.
About 3,500 bucks.
Yeah.
I don't know what's, yeah, really.
Yeah.
280,000.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of my point, is the plow trucks, we can't judge them the same because their life cycle is significantly different. We can't say, oh, well, actually, their trade-in value, the value during their lifespan.
Well, they're trying to get them that way, but I guess my point is, anytime I ever got insurance money, you spent that money
Yeah.
to get back what you lost.
The only experience I have sitting on this board has only been repairs. It's not been a total loss, so.
Only time I seen that different than that is when the board chose to take all the insurance money from a fire vehicle and not let them replace anything.
Yeah, well, that's definitely not what we're talking about
Right,
here. so.
and I'm not suggesting that either,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, there's never been a history, not that I remember. I'm sure somewhere there's history of it different, but. Especially if it's gonna be traded in 2 years. I mean, if we were gonna rotate it.
I
somewhere
seriously
rotate-
doubt it's gonna be the vehicle that gets traded
Well, I
in.
mean,
at that
we gotta have a
point.
plan
Given
of
the-
it.
Given the number of Tahoes that we have versus the number of Chargers that we still have, one of those Chargers is gonna go before this Tahoe does. So,
How many Chargers are left?
3.
You plan on getting rid of one this year? In
Long
20
as we get one every year,
Right.
one will go in 2025, one in
26.
2026, and one in 2027.
Right.
so I suspect there's gonna be Chargers before this Tahoe.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, if there's a Charger in 27, this is to be rotated in 27.
The Charger would be sent in 2027, the Tahoe would be sent in 2028, because the voters would have approved it then. I mean, I can show you the sheet, how it all works out.
It's a year lag.
We don't get rid of it before the voters approve it.
But isn't that what I asked earlier? About,
March of 2027 in
Yeah.
service in 2028.
So
it said service in 27. No, like November timeframe.
I had 28, in service 28.
Oh, in service 27,
You're a 22 Tahoe?
because the
No.
one we just came
One-
in
one-
service this month.
we have we had one 2021, we have two 2023s, we have one 2024,
One or two of your 23s are gonna go before your 24 does.
more than likely.
Right, so you're not looking at 3 years. you're
Well,
looking at
the command vehicle is a 2023, that's a 12-year life cycle.
Correct.
We have to keep it as a command vehicle for 6 years minimum, 7.
But even though this 21 is now gonna be 24, we're slated to go in 20.
Right, it'll
You're not
it'll
gonna
switch
get rid
around.
of 24 and 27 just because it's tagged that way.
No,
It's gonna go in.
we switch this all the time.
Right,
This is just a 10-year projection plan.
right, but everybody does, because one is worse than the other. One could have a worse winter for Jason than the other. You get rid of your worst one.
Oh, absolutely. For instance, a month ago, 2 was scheduled to be the next one to go until we found detail funds to replace the transmission. And then we sent 3 for transmission problems, which we knew was gonna go, because that's almost 150,000 miles. And that was confirmed, it has transmission problems, so now that's the next one to go.
I'm trying to think about your concerns, Benji, and I guess it is a bit of a precedent for, I'm thinking, like Jason's asking for the recycling money to go to 100%. So if we were to proceed that way, then a similar thing in a couple of years would be, hey, truck went off the road, here's the insurance value, I'd like to spend out of the recycling fund difference to get a new one. And look, you guys did it for the police vehicle in '24.
Well, I
Recycling
suppose,
fund and
recycling
vehicles
can't
are
go to plow
different.
trucks.
Those are apples and oranges. This is,
Suppose something for transfer station, yeah.
yeah, this is money that you got for a police vehicle being used for a police vehicle.
Which we also did last year's warrant article, which was approved, where we used dam funds to offset the cost of a new vehicle. So this precedence has been set before and approved by the voters.
It was to offset a proposed new vehicle, not to replace the totaled vehicle.
So the original warrant article was to purchase a new vehicle. We got, which was approved by the voters. We got a new vehicle. That vehicle was wrecked, and now we're getting another new vehicle being offset by funding, which is not taxpayer based. It's kind of a win-win.
Get a mighty sharp axe, chief. Splitting some awful fine hairs.
Not really.
Done with discussion?
I want to go ahead and make a motion.
Okay.
I guess, help me out here. I'm gonna move that we authorize up to 16,000, it's in the general fund right now, right? So 16,000 from the general fund to, offset the purchase of a 2024 Tahoe to replace Vehicle 6, which was totaled.
Correct. From the White Mountain auction funds.
The White Farm.
White
auction
Farm,
funds.
sorry. White Farm.
Does that give you everything you need?
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
Moved by Selectman Bloom, seconded by Selectman Drury. Is there any further discussion? We're acknowledging that the emergency threshold doesn't apply at our discretion.
Yes.
All in favor say yes or yea.
Yes.
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 Anyone opposed?
No,
Anyone abstain? I believe that passes 4-1-0.
Okay, next is the maintenance agreement. They have not sent me the new adjustment, but it's less than $100 difference. This is our old agreement. It hasn't been updated from what I've found since January of 2026 with R&R Communications. Obviously, two-way is putting in our radio, emergency radio infrastructure. It makes sense to have them maintain that infrastructure. We do have a contract with them that's being proposed. The only error that I found in the contract is they had the incorrect number of mobile radios. So that would go up by $96. However, they are gonna give us a discount for having more, mobile radios, so the total cost of the entire package would be less than $5,000. And currently in my budget, in radio maintenance line 614, I have $5,106 available in that line. So instead of being contracted by R&R, we would just be contracted by two-way communication.
What line was that?
This was, I think it's actually account 614. The line number's a different one.
Thank you.
So what you're looking at, battery costs?
Battery costs, so we've seen the knockoff batteries for $75 to $100. Typically, we do 2 or 3 of those a year. The actual Motorola batteries, I believe, are in the $120, $125 range. We usually get the knockoff, so I haven't seen, since R&R buys them, and we usually have problems with those, so we will be going back to Motorola batteries when we do need a new battery.
So you're looking about 150, 225 a year for batteries?
I'll get it in my supply budget. We're good.
Well, you still have some money left on the...
Yes, if that could go to regular police supplies, that'd be great. Any balance from that line.
Yeah, you get about 200 left, 198, I think.
Well, they're gonna increase it because we're adding 2 mobile, so it's actually gonna be about $110, $115, which will be the offset between the old contract and the new contract.
Got
The
it.
new contract being the lower amount.
So you get enough for one battery.
But they come with batteries.
They come with batteries.
So he doesn't need
No,
them to
for
start up.
replacements,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, he doesn't need it for startups.
Yeah,
No.
but he's figuring about $150, $200 for,
No, I just didn't want anyone thinking that we're buying equipment, but no batteries should
That's a
this
separate
motion
line.
forward.
Yeah, in the old contract,
it's not Christmas time.
no. They were provided by R&R, just to clarify, and they're no longer provided in the new contract.
And this R&R contract is expired. You've just been going month to month with them, correct?
Been expired, yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for the chief?
I apologize if you did say already, is this set for any amount of years?
2, I believe, 2 year. That was on, yep, 2-year cycle, which is on that subscriber preventive maintenance program, page. It actually says it on most of the pages, 2-year cycle.
I just didn't know if that was a 2-year maintenance cycle, but the cost may go up halfway through.
Nope, so they come out annually for maintenance. That's in all of them, for the radios, for our portables, and for our mobiles.
Great.
They do an inventory, any kind of preventive maintenance they need to do, and provide us documentation, which R&R was also supposed to do, but I haven't seen it in the 5 years I've been here.
In the 4908, you said that will go up by how much?
The 4908, so if it was based on his, it would go up by $96. However, he's gonna give us a discount because we're increasing the number of radios. It will be below 5,000, which is a threshold for putting something out for bid.
So what are you asking for authorization for? Up to
Up to
5,000?
4,999 is fine. I should be in the 49.90 to 49.95 range.
Any other questions for the chief? Accept a motion to award radio maintenance 2-year contract to Two-Way Communication Services Incorporated for PD radio maintenance up to $4,999 annually out of account number 614.
Thank you very much. And the last,
We're not done.
oh, sorry, yeah, you're right.
Sorry. Moved by Selectman Bloom. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Selectman Pratt. Any further discussion? All in favor, say yes or yea.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? It passes 500. Who signs this?
Me.
Okay. Motion that Chief Moore sign the agreement that we just voted on. Authorization to sign by Chief Moore.
Why wouldn't it be you, Madam Chair?
Asked him who was
Oh,
gonna sign it.
Is it the other one that was the chairman at the time, that was the reason I asked?
I'd be happy to sign it.
Me too. I just do it out of convenience.
Either one.
I don't care, I just was asking a question. I just saw that the chairman signed it last time.
Okay. Well, if you guys want me to sign it, I will change my vote to an abstain. So let's redo that.
No, just a question, carry on.
No, that's fine. Entertain a motion to award the radio maintenance contract for 2 years to Two-Way Radio Services, Two-Way Communication Services Incorporated for an amount up to $4,999 per year out of Police Account Budget 614, and authorize the Chair of the Board of Selectmen to sign the maintenance program cover sheet.
Would you entertain an amendment to that?
Certainly.
Just, and rescinding the previous motion?
Excellent, excellent addition. And rescind the previous motion. So amended.
Were you looking for a motion?
Yes,
All right, so moved.
Second.
thank you. The amended one is by Bloom, seconded by Pratt. All in favor, say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? All abstain. Motion passes 401, and I'll sign the contract that's here, unless you have a
As soon as I
different
get a new
copy.
one, I'm gonna get the new one from them.
Alright.
And I'll leave that upstairs once I do. The last item, which was a late item, came in at 3 o'clock, is a previous item we discussed back on July 8th. We attempted to obtain a grant for $4,999.99 from the New Hampshire Department of Highway Safety to facilitate the domain name change, which was required as a part of the APHIS system. We got approval for that grant today, so we're just looking to accept funding from the New Hampshire Department of Highway Safety.
And because this is less than $10,000, we don't have to have a public hearing, correct?
Correct, but it has to be noted on the agenda, and this is not noted.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We're gonna have to defer this till next meeting because of the fact that it's not on the agenda, and it requires it to be on the agenda.
Not a problem.
So, can we specifically put that on the 23rd's agenda? Did you want to go through it, just so everybody has the background real quick?
I mean,
That way, on the 23rd, we just hopefully get it done.
Yeah, I forwarded, it's a grant being run under New Hampshire State Police under the JONE program. They just help facilitate and offset any cost to get an APHIS system in the station. Obviously, that was a grant we got last year, which was approved by the Board of Selectmen. As part of the implementation costs, we had to change the domain name because there was another town with WPD. I believe it was, I don't remember what it was, Wilmot Police Department already had that. Since they were first on that domain name, we had to change ours. That was facilitated by the town's IT vendor for a cost of $4,999.99, which the state's agreed us to reimburse us for through that grant.
And if I'm not mistaken, Selectman Bloom verified that that was a reasonable charge through his interaction with the IT provider? Okay,
It was a huge amount of work,
okay.
but should not have to be done again.
All right. So we'll take that up next time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we have 11 minutes before we have a public hearing. So I don't know if you guys want to start the operating budget discussion or start the RFP IT services.
Might as well start that.
Okay. I heard a proposal to do the IT. It's a draft that came out yesterday. Everybody had a chance to review it?
Yeah, more or less. I don't really know what I'm looking for or at, so.
Say I didn't, but it's not my
Be
wheel.
upfront on that.
I'd refer to the two on that end.
That's kind of what I was thinking, somewhat at least, somewhat.
I have not looked at it. We got it yesterday, and I've been working all weekend.
I have not looked
All right, well then that makes that quick. We're gonna have to defer that. That means that more than likely, we're not gonna get this firm number for the 2025 budget.
So I do have just a couple things, quick ones. Insurance requirements, don't need anything on here, because there's nothing, I've seen others that do have liability, things of that nature. I didn't see anything in this. Request for references. Or client list and municipality entities. Seen others that say no less than 5 or whatever we deem acceptable. See nothing in here about backup requirements.
Yeah, I did not notice that as well. There's off-site secure backup included on page 5, but nothing about on-site, and I think we currently have both. Do we need to retain both?
If it's
And
in
by
our
retain,
current-
I mean capability.
If it's in our current procedure, I would say yes. We built it for a reason. And then do we need to list Wi-Fi access points, printers, switches, things like that? Should those be on here? Should it be more, is it too broad of what we have on here? Do we need more information? I don't know the answer to that, so that's why I'm asking.
I think it's a good addition. In fact, I think we were supposed to have a network diagram last year. I don't know if we ever got it.
So all I did was take and 40 cent and then what we had them bid on last time with the scope of work, I cut in the bid on, because that's what we awarded last time.
Yep.
I did change, in the email that you forwarded, there was the workstation server, virtual servers. I changed those numbers to what he gave us. But this is all Chinese to me as well. I just, but I had to combine the two because the scope of work was pretty small on the one, the RFP, the sample, without specifying everything. So insurance amounts, references, backup requirements, Wi-Fi access points, trying to figure what else it might be.
On page 6, it says the municipality may select one or more entities to interview. The selected firms will be expected to introduce senior engineering and support staff, present the proposal, and respond to questions. Interviews will be a factor in the overall qualitative evaluation of proposals. We should add either before or after that last sentence, if conducted. Because otherwise, if we don't do interviews, then everybody gets 0 points for that. And they'd be equal, but,
Remember, if conducted,
Yeah.
interviews will be.
yeah. And then the next area for additional information has to do with submitting questions. And
I
we're,
prefer to have somebody else's name put there. Because I don't, this is not right.
and we're allowing questions up through the day of submission, but answering questions only through the end of the week prior. So I would suggest making that the Friday prior. And then maybe somebody's willing to act as a point of contact for
I mean, if
questions.
I got them, I would forward you something.
Yeah,
It
that-
does say all requests will be reviewed on a weekly basis.
Right, but if they come in on Monday, we don't have a lot of time to get them reviewed to award on Monday.
Right.
So I'm saying,
I have two different things.
drop off questions on the prior Friday.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but as far as point of contact, we don't promise that they will be responded to promptly. It says we'll review the requests on a weekly basis. So if we can leave you on there and then, yeah.
If they call, I guess you can ask them to put an email and you just forward it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Good input.
Yeah,
Pick it
my
back up.
expertise on that stops at the switch, so. Or push button now.
our current contract expires December 31st, should we reach out to our current vendor and ask for like a 1-month renewal?
Let's see if we can go month to month, yeah.
Yeah.
You and that?
I hope so. We'll see when these trees start coming down later.
Get heavy.
Gonna get wild.
Mm-hmm. Well, we need to be, so hopefully the budget thing, we move along here soon.
We should have done that in 13 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
Got 4 minutes. I'll do the consent agenda. We have 2 timber tax yield tax bills for number 402016 and 202026. We have an intent to cut document number 24-471-14T for lot number 403086. So those are in the packet to be signed. And the manifest, I'd like to move to order the treasurer to sign the payroll and accounts payable checks dated December 5th and December 12th, 2024, as included in the following manifests. Payroll manifest, $91,363.62. Accounts payable manifest, $361,151.40. Hillsborough County payable manifest, $1,390,165 even. And Ware School accounts payable manifest, $700,000, for a total of $2,542,680.02. Since there is no selectmen meeting scheduled for Monday, December 16th, I'd like to further order the treasurer to sign payroll checks dated December 19th, 2024, estimated to be approximately $95,000. Furthermore, to order the treasurer to sign up to an amount of $90,000 for accounts payables that cannot wait until the next scheduled meeting, which is 12/23. Reports and actual check amounts will be reported to the Board of Selectmen by inclusion on the manifest memo at the next scheduled meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Selectman Bloom. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say yes or yay.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 500. Okay. All right. Anybody have anything for 2 minutes, or you okay starting the public hearing now?
Yeah. Might as well start it now.
Okay. I think it was 2 weeks ago, we had a member of the public come and talk to us about authorization to upgrade, I don't know, what was it, 420 square feet of Class 6 road on Worthley Road. So they wanted to privately fund and pay for and do all the nice stuff to make it a nice road. But it will still be classified as a Class 6, and my understanding is that the town has no new responsibilities going forward. Is that, okay. Do you want to come on up? And tell us your name and address, and verify you're the homeowner at that address?
William Lambert, 75 Worthley Road.
And you're the homeowner?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just give us a quick overview of what your request is? And I'll open the public hearing at 7:29 with,
Just looking to pave from the end of 75 Worthley, basically the end of the road to my driveway, which is about 420 feet off of Worthley Road.
and is that linear feet that you're talking about? Or is it?
Square feet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not square feet, correct? Okay. Okay. And I think last time we talked, you were concerned that you might not actually get to it this year because of the weather, and
Most
that
likely not.
looks kind of the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry we couldn't accommodate you 2 weeks ago, but, yes. Okay.
spring project.
Yep.
Yeah. And you do anticipate doing this in the spring next year then?
Yeah, as soon as the frost is out of the ground, I'll do it
Okay.
right away.
Would you have any objection to us saying that if you don't complete the project within a certain amount of time, that the authorization goes away? Just from a record-keeping standpoint, not keeping it open in perpetuity?
Yep, that's fine.
No. Okay. Anything else you want to share with us?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Simple and easy.
All right. Is there anyone here from the public that wants to talk about this positively, negatively, or otherwise? No one? If you give it a minute, we're,
You're all set, right, Jason?
okay. You want to come up, Jason? Maybe you can tell the viewers at home what your benefits are to you.
Yeah, Mr. Lambert's gonna, at the end of our road, make us a better turnaround, so, highway department's benefiting from it, he's benefiting from it, so I think all around it's a good solution.
And you're obviously in favor then, to be explicitly,
Yeah, it's
Okay.
good for me,
okay?
good for me.
All right. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Lambert from the board? Hearing no public comment other than his?
None.
Okay.
Appreciate you bearing with us.
Absolutely, appreciate it. Thank you.
Any board discussion?
I thought your remark of elapsing authorization was good. I'd pick a year. Since you're saying the spring, seems,
Yeah, I was thinking maybe 2, but I have
That's
no
fine.
objection to a year.
but two's fine.
Kind of takes, sometimes stuff happens, but I wouldn't be opposed to 1 either.
Good.
I'm good with 2.
I'm ready to make a motion, but you usually have a good one written up.
Yeah, William, you're at 75, is that correct? Your house number? Oh, I left already. Is it 75?
Yep.
I guess he didn't want to chance it going home either.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain he said 75.
75
Okay.
worth.
Yeah.
I believe that's what the public hearing sets its
Yep.
address,
Oh, it is there, thank you.
Okay.
75 or.
Yep.
Well, you could leave the road, the street number off. You talked about the benefits to.
No, I'm just, who was funding it?
Okay.
That was all I was going to say. So, I'll close the public hearing at 7:33 as well, so we have that on record. How's this for a motion? I accept a motion to authorize private paving of 420 linear feet of Class 6 section of Wardley Road. Work will be completed by private funding by William Lambert of 75 Worthy Road. The road, post-paving, will remain a Class 6, and the town will incur no expense for the work and will incur no new responsibility as a result of this authorization. If the work is not completed within 2 years from this date, the authorization expires. Is that adequate?
Yes. Did you make that motion?
I would accept a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Selectman Bloom, seconded by Selectman Pratt. Any further discussion? All in favor, say yes or yay. Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes. All right, on to the fun.
How would you like to look at the budget?
I think we've got a couple options as far as the way to go through this. It was very clear from our last discussion that people don't want to go line by line, and I think that that's of no benefit to anybody. We'll be here for days trying to do that. Just some general comments that I have, and then we can figure out how we want to proceed.
Does everyone have one?
I don't have it on my phone, but I can see it better if,
Insurance premiums did increase in 2024. We've talked about that several times. And I use this in quotes, thanks to the staffing shortages and lower than forecasted fuel prices in 2024. Those increases were absorbed during 2024 under a default budget without impact to services. That insurance increase is in the 2025 proposal, and it is $205,053, of which $145,120 is an increase to the general liability insurance. So that's not a new thing for 2025. It's something we had to live with in 2024, but it's still there. General comment related to fuel, and my remark is not, and I will repeat that, not saying that the default is incorrectly calculated. I only want to point out that it is calculated based on 2023 usage, i.e. the number of gallons, and the 2023 rate set, which was $4.50 for unleaded and $6 for diesel. If the default number were adjusted to show the projected 25 usage instead of rolling the 2023 projected usage forward, keeping the 2023 current rate of $4.50 and $6, the default would be $55,575 lower than it's shown on the sheet. If the default number were adjusted to show the projected 2025 usage and the proposed rate we set a few weeks ago without further rate change by this board, which I hope we'll discuss tonight or sometime before the budget's finalized, the default would be $141,663 lower. Excuse me, $141,673 lower. That's not additive, that's cum. And general comment on labor. For years, we've been in a staffing hole. The town has been in it for several years. It goes back to at least 2020. I think we're at the top of the hill now, almost, in most departments. So retaining talent is necessary to not get back to those dark places. In the proposal presentations, restructuring has been mentioned a few times. This is not another restructuring. It's the same restructuring that occurred in '23, early '24. But since we didn't have a passed budget in '24, we've been operating on a default. These items have to be discussed and captured again. So again, not a new restructuring. It's something that's already been done. As many of you know, and all of you I know here tonight are well aware, the town suffered those staffing shortages in multiple departments, and that amounted to a significant amount of overtime required to cover basic services. The amounts in the overtime for 2024 are expected to impact the surplus and give back opportunity that this board hasn't yet received from finance, and obviously we haven't discussed it or decided what to do with it if there is any. So given that we're now close to full staff in all departments except for building and land, it seems reasonable to me that one of the things we do talk about tonight is asking the department heads to justify specific overtime amounts placed in their 2025 budget to ensure that we're not over-projecting overtime simply by dragging forward historical numbers that we know were high given staffing shortfalls. So, as far as how to proceed, we can talk about some specific things that we want to look at, specific lines, or we can just say, cut the number and go from there. So I think in the past, we've pretty much done A instead of B. So how do you guys want to proceed?
instead of line by line, can we just go through by department as she has on a sheet?
Yeah, that's what I kind of mean by
Oh,
line
I
by
get
line,
you.
because it's going to be specific things within that department.
Right.
Line by line.
Right.
Yeah,
And
but
if
we don't want
nobody
to
has a
go
problem-
every single one.
Right, right. If nobody has a problem with whatever, then we just skip to the next department.
And can we agree now that we are almost certainly, no, just agree now that we are not gonna finalize this today?
I don't see how we can.
And if we know that going in now, then we're not
Especially-
rushing into each,
yeah.
because you talked about it last meeting, like, don't let somebody get out the door and then change it on them. So if we talk about it, we're not gonna finalize anything on anybody.
Especially if you take my proposal of having everybody go justify their overtime lines from the bottoms up.
Sure.
That can't be done tonight.
Yeah, you can't anyway, because you don't even know what your lawn care is, that's not till the 23rd.
Right.
So those are gonna be finals.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can't finalize. We had hoped to finalize, but, you know, we always shoot for the best. So we try.
Yeah, and I believe we have to finalize by the Monday,
Well, I'm gonna have to post the.
the last
public
Monday,
hearing,
and,
And at that time, you say it's available for people to look at.
right, which has to happen by the last Monday.
You can still change after that night, but you have to be pretty locked in, I would think.
Yeah, but that's the last Monday in January.
No, that's the 20th of January is the public hearing. So
20th.
by the 30th, I'm going to advertise our public hearing, or at least the first couple of days into January. Because the 20th is the public hearing on the budget and the warrant articles. 27th is it. So you can take your information that you received from the 20th, and then 27th, we can shake it out, finalize it. It has to be posted before midnight at the school, at the polling place. But you have to have your public hearing on the 27th
Of January.
of January.
We also need time for town council and auditor.
Right.
Town
DRA
council and
review.
DRA's gonna look at your, warrant articles and stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't sent it to either place right now, we're still.
Okay.
So the last that we want to post is the 10th? No, the 13th would be 2 weeks before, but
Yeah.
if we,
I mean,
Friday.
I like to post it, so, you know, we have provided 2 weeks' notice anyway, but,
right,
I know it's right after the first of the year.
yeah, get the
So
3rd
we're
is the
not
first
meeting on
Friday.
the 6th. We decided we're not meeting on January 6th, so I have to post it by 14 days, I'd have to post it by the 3rd in order to get 14 days, or by the 6th, and you're not meeting on the 6th.
So that takes us back to the 30th.
Well, if we have to meet on the 6th,
Finish
we
it.
certainly could do that, but, you know, if we don't have to, that'd be
Right, and
okay
I
too.
would- So in fairness to his question,
Mhm.
you could post the 3rd, but you'd have to, as he just said, you'd have to finish around the 30th.
Okay.
So that gives you 23rd and 30th. But that doesn't get, you know, if we can get down to something close, you can still make amendments after, you know, before we post on the 27th. But to get something, when I say it's posted, they're gonna start wanting copies. And they're drafts.
So if it's the 27th, then why do we not also, not meeting, yeah, sorry, I'm with you. No, we're not meeting on the 6th.
Except if we have to, we have to, but,
Got it.
yeah. Okay. All right,
So
so,
do we just change the 6th for the 13th, or? Would we pick the 6th just to pick it, or?
No, I think we talked about, the 23rd, and we decided on the 16th, and then in January, I think it was suggested that we not meet the 6th.
Okay.
But, I mean, that's up to you guys.
yeah, it was just nice to have a break.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna
That's
say,
all.
do we just switch
But,
those and,
Yeah, we can,
all right, anyway,
for
See how
planning
far we get.
purposes, if we need to be here on the 6th, we will be here on the 6th.
all right.
How's that? Okay. All right.
So we can't finalize tonight, we all agree to that.
Yes. Did you want to put this on the computer, on the board, or do you want us to just look at the sheets? Visual, we'll just go through.
Is that input not working?
It doesn't project.
Make a noise again.
Okay,
gonna keep the Excel open in case you guys do make changes. We can see it live. But let's just go quickly through at least some of the departments. Do you see any changes that you propose in the town officer salaries department?
I had a couple questions in that one. There's a line, 530 is for education that's never been spent, but we keep putting it in the budget. Who is that for, and what do
Okay,
we
that's
think we'd
town.
spend it for?
Oh, that's the next one.
That's the next budget. The
Town officer's
officer
salary.
salaries, it's just the selectmen
Sorry.
and the treasurer.
I was excited I could actually do something.
Okay, so the town officers, you had a question on the employee education, you said?
Yep.
Okay, well, per the personnel policy, it is offered if an employee wants to better their education. If you want to go on, get your bachelor's over an associate's, be certified. Used in the past. I want to say my certification was, I think it was. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we did have an employee that wanted to better their education, but there wasn't enough money in that line. That's right.
Okay. And then, posted email, I think that's at 15,000. That seems a whole lot for money for email. Is there anything that can be done to get that down to what we spent in 2024?
Email, no, you added, oops, sorry.
We added 38 emails.
Yeah, just in '24, you added planning board, ethics, ethics,
At,
finance,
About-
zoning,
it's
conservation.
$4 a month, right?
Say that again?
$4 a month?
Yeah.
So 50,
some.
call it $50 on average for most of them. $50 times 38, $1,900.
Well,
Emails and
I got
communities
the
is
breakdown.
$4,267.
But some of that's already been in there, it doesn't need to be added in. So
Conservation
increasing it by
is six-
5,000,
conservation is $6 a month.
it's already paid for in '24.
That was not in that,
It wasn't?
no. The,
It's in the '24 expense. They have emails now.
oh yeah, we're paying for it out of the expense.
Right.
It wasn't budgeted.
Right,
budgeted
so
though.
our expense for '24 is just about 10 grand. So why can't we keep that at 10 grand?
Because in the last 2 months, or 3 months, you have included, Energy Commission has an email now, zoning, planning board, Parks and Recs all have emails, ethics, and then the office, fire, police, highway, but those have been budgeted before. Before, the only thing that was budgeted was fire, police, town office, and highway. And then when all these planning boards and conservation and,
Yeah,
So,
so,
but if that was 38 people, then it's $1,900.
right, so, but worst case, then it's 12K instead of 15. So it all adds up at the end. So I propose we change that to 12.
And how do you want to handle that? Like, I agree. I mean, I don't know that a formal motion makes sense for all this, but
Does anybody disagree? I hear none.
What was that? What line are you changing?
617, from 15 to
17,
12.
instead of 15, you're going to 12?
Yeah.
So are we going to revisit emails if we have a default budget?
Probably gonna have to. But the default budget, 1,200, yeah. The default budget's 10,733,
So some of it we paid for our default.
yeah. And office supplies went up as well. Why are office supplies going up?
the cost of office supplies. Last time we had a
620.
budget.
I think everybody's office supplies as general is going up.
Yes,
So why?
because of the cost increase, and these numbers obviously are 23's numbers.
Beth, did we buy all the copy supplies, like all the cases of paper that come in here?
out of that
everybody-
line, all the office supplies, yeah, all the cases of paper, all the postage machine, equipment, the ink, the labels, what else do we pay for?
Well, inflation's gone up only like 2 to 3%. And if you add it for both years, because we're under a default, you're maybe looking at 4, not 1,700 to 2,500.
It's always been just underfunded.
So what are the spends that we've had? 2022 was 4,000, 2023 is 32,000.
Yeah, I suspect that 2023, 32,000 is because somebody bought computer equipment or something instead of putting it on a one-time line or something of that nature.
So is it 23 that's been spent in there all office supplies for 2024?
Yeah. 2345.
Looking at that, is 1,700 gonna be enough? Are there other places we can be buying? We're looking at,
I don't know,
Yes.
you look at the, things that we sign every week, and they buy office supplies from lots of different places.
Yep.
And it's not in any consolidated manner that I can see, but, you know, it may very well be, and I just don't see it,
so they're bulk benefits, is that where we're at?
potentially. I don't know. I've not done any investigation. It
Yep.
just seems like an opportunity.
Some of your departments, I'll just go back to copy paper. We supply all the copy paper for all the machines. So if you look at some of the other offices, they pay $144 for office supplies, but we supply all the paper. So when the paper runs out, we stop making copies. Is that, I mean, they come and grab a ream, we don't go and charge them by the ream. We order all the copy paper exists in our office, and they come and get some.
I think if we
don't
keep
charge
this,
them.
if we keep this line the way it is with the increase from 1,700 to 2,500, other lines for office supplies need to definitely come down somewhere.
I mean, just skimming a little bit, land use doesn't seem used,
Well, land use has
Assessing.
been vacant.
tax collector. And if we're saying, like, looking at just tax collector, because it's kind of the next one, the next office supplies on the list. Very low spend over the last 5 years, a $200 in the budget right now.
Because they take all our paper from us.
Yeah, and that's fine, if the justification is consolidation, like, we'll consolidate the lines as well.
I'm not saying that's the only thing they bought, there's toner and other things. The electronic world didn't make copy and paper go away, that's for sure.
Yeah. So I'd like to take an action to look at all the office supply lines.
Maybe similarly, there's a land use office equipment that is fairly spent over the last 5 years.
Do you want to look at all office supply equipment as well? Okay. Postage, if we're okay to move on?
Sure.
That increase starts at the federal government, so I can't help that.
No, I was more curious about why the negative for 2024. Do you know?
So, when we purchase, similar to the fuel, when we purchase postage, this department purchases it, and then all the other departments reimburse it monthly. So at the time of this printing, we didn't purchase. So you'll see, for next month, it'll be very high, because we purchased a lot to get the tax bills out.
The average we've been using there is about 1,400. So can we get closer to 1,400 instead of 2,000?
Sounds good to me.
Anyone opposed to changing that to 1,400?
Where you get an average of 1,400, using the negative in there? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, last 4 years, we've been, let's see, in 21, we had 1,500, 22, we used 2,600, 23 by year end, it was 2,300. 1,400 would be cutting pretty close.
15?
What happened in 2020? Oh, COVID. Yeah, 15.
15 it is, okay.
Any other questions in town officers?
The miscellaneous fees and recording, there's 3 years that we haven't spent any money at all.
Yeah, that's where I am using to record cemetery deeds, because we don't have that line. We're proposing it for next year. I'm using that line this year to record cemetery deeds.
You said you're proposing,
Yeah, under cemeteries.
Okay, so then this should go away.
Oh, that's working. When we do tax deeding, oh no, that would be, I was thinking about when the selectmen sell property, tax deeded property, and then we have to record the deeds. But,
Yeah, there's still a recording fee.
yeah,
You know, you've got a couple that are being bought back that they pay their,
for 2025, we're hoping to have an auction and sell some tax deeded property, and we'll need some recording fees for those deeds.
do we still have a bank deposit box?
And the clerk, yeah,
That was a miscellaneous fee.
the clerk has one.
Where does she take it from?
I think she has a line for it.
Safe deposit box, gotcha. No, that's what we used to take it from.
Oh,
But those fees come, well, you need it there to use, but the fees would come out of the sale, right? They
Right,
would-
they're reimbursed, so it's a wash.
yeah,
So
there's, it's on
if
the
you-
revenue
if you-
side.
If you overspend, it's gonna be okay.
What was the
Not all in
100,
all, yes.
what was the 173 for this last year? That was cemetery
Cemetery.
deeds?
But
Cemetery
they're
deeds.
proposing a new line for cemetery
Yep,
deeds.
yep.
So I'm proposing that this go to 0. Because cemetery deeds is gonna be covered under cemetery lines. And everything that you have to do from the selectman's office is reimbursed by,
But you still have to show the
Process.
expense
Right.
in the operating budget, and then you just show the revenue on the revenue side. Can't zero it out.
You can't zero it out.
You have to raise the money, and then you just offset it on the revenue side.
Just like pass-through engineering, we raise a small amount so that you can go in and out if you have to have somebody pay for engineering services.
Can't zero it. You can put
out,
a
you
dollar,
can't pay for anything. You can leave a dollar in
you can leave a dollar, and just
yeah,
overspend it.
sorry, I didn't mean to explicitly mean 0 it out. I mean, pretty close. So yes, I do understand we can't put a lot of things to 0, 0. Okay, what do you guys think?
I like it.
I'm good with it?
$1?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had for town offices.
I was curious on the managed IT, why 2023 was so low compared to the other 4 of the 5 years?
2023?
Yep.
Oh, two monitors over here. wonder if that's why the office supplies is out of whack.
Right, so how much of that is actually the contract and how much is like equipment? And then the equipment was put in the other line 1 year.
Oh, office supplies?
Yeah,
I'll look into that.
but really, and my question is, if it's managed IT services and you've got the contract date, but how much of that is actually the contract? And I know we'll find out, but how much was maybe the last contract out of that?
Versus contract plus hardware.
Yeah,
I think he's looking
37,
before
30,000.
Doug came along.
Yeah.
If you're looking at,
Did we have one?
we went for a long time without, which is I'm sure why it's so low in '21, because we
Yeah.
put it out to bid for '22, '23, '24. We didn't, '21, we kind of kept our fingers crossed, toes crossed, and everything else, so we didn't have a crash.
Yeah,
'Cause the guy quit on us. so.
that's right.
So that's fine. So what is the current contract amount then? It can't be below that, or above that 9279, I would think. And then follow-on question is, above the say again?
31.8?
So then what is that line being spent on otherwise? No, 31.8.
31.8 is.
31.8 is our
contract
budget.
amount that we
Then-
pay now.
Then what happened in 23?
I think we probably bought some, I think that's where we bought some equipment, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
But we
Server?
didn't pay
We buy a server?
31.8 every year for the past 3 years.
Yeah.
31.8 was the quote that we got for 3 years.
But that was not spent in 23.
I see that.
it could have been. It looks like these two lines,
Yeah, it got reversed,
or part of that goes in here, yeah.
coded.
Okay, but
I
the,
think we had some equipment crash too, didn't we? Didn't we have a server?
Yeah, I've gone through two servers.
Yeah, it's probably, it looks like, it looks like the other one.
Yeah.
okay. The 31.8 was the previous contract which we are now replacing.
Correct.
Great.
Yeah, it's $26.50 a month.
Yeah. Anything else on town office? Town officers?
What is the postage meter service?
That is the lease on the postage meter. Yeah, there is a service agreement and a lease on the machine itself.
Okay. How long does that lease last?
It's a 5-year lease.
And when does that go up?
It just kinda goes away.
But we retain the
It just
equipment?
keeps it, yeah. I shouldn't say it just goes away. It's a lease, I guess. Kinda like a forever lease. We're just renting it, I guess. We're renting it, I guess would be a better word for it.
Okay.
And then when that postage meter is no longer usable because of technology, then we just get another one and we still keep making the monthly payments.
Okay. And who does that come from?
Pitney Bowes? You'll see it, Purchase Power is the leasing company.
Okay. That's all I had for that section.
Okay.
Move on to elections.
Just a reminder to everybody that the printing in line, I think it was 550, is that mandatory programming of the tablet. The state had been picking that up and now we're responsible for it. And we did have that $7,000 in '23 that we encumbered that we need to talk about.
Yeah.
Rolling
We
that
encumbered
forward.
it in '23 and we'll need to encumber it again.
Anybody have any?
Nope.
No.
Any questions on tax collector?
I think we might have covered this somewhat already, but the recording fees, line 380, or account 390.
2023, we spent 1,200.
Our average is $889 over the last 5 years.
Those are usually lien releases, like when you put liens on them, you have to record it, and then as they release it, you also have to record the release. So maybe less people are paying, there's less pages on the recording.
So with an average 889, maybe 1,000?
I can live with that.
What was it?
1,000? Is there any other opportunity in tax collector to make any further adjustments? That's a question.
Anybody have any questions in assessing?
Well, I asked the question on tax collector, is there any other place to make any other cuts?
Oh, I thought you were talking. So then, and
Oh,
then
I'm
silent, so I
talking to-
figured.
Talking to you or whoever else can answer that.
So what's the postage? Looks like we're about 1,800 higher this past year than 2023. Is there an anomaly, or?
Well, postage went up, 7 cents, 6 cents for meters. Yeah, it depends on the number of notices she sends out.
48
Tax
they all have to be
bills.
Certified return receipt,
Yep.
so they're all $10 a letter, basically. And they have to, if we get less, we get less, but if you get more mortgage companies, you gotta notify them as well. Because that's all inclusive of what she does all year.
What about mileage? Where's that come into play?
When she goes to training,
She has training and an annual
most of the
conference.
time we use our own vehicle because we leave it here for the DPW use. Or not, I'm sorry, not DPW, village department.
And the meetings and seminars went from 500 to 875.
2025 is her last year of cert.
We just get one more year certification.
See, the expectation then of that would go to 0?
After 2025?
25.
But then it won't go to 0, it'll just be the annual conference. Yep.
Do we need the 875 for 2025? Or can that be lower?
Yes. Because it's 500 for the annual training and then 375 for the cert.
Okay.
I was curious about the note on the computer, I think computer supplies programs. It says 4% increase 24, 4% increase for 25. What is dictating that 4%?
Because we're on default. You're on default from you're looking at 23's numbers. So
Right.
we had an increase in 24. So, and you're on default, so that's why the number is larger, because it's 2.
But what's behind that? Are there contracts back there that are increasing?
Yeah, we use
You asked about the note, that's all I explained to you.
Avatar Tax Collect software.
Why would the default be the same as 24 then? Wouldn't that be higher?
Default is your last approved budget. We didn't get one last
Oh,
year.
okay. I thought that was, the default was a 4% increase. Okay.
So maybe my bottom line question is it a mandated increase?
It's mandated, but.
It's the price of the support for the
Price of
software that we
package, the
use.
support goes up, what do you do? I'm just asking.
That's, at that point, we get to make that decision. I'm just asking, are our hands tied or not? Because that line shows up everywhere.
Yep. Every department has a software. This would be the Avatar Tax Collect software.
So,
Treasurer software, assessing has their software, finance has their software.
Without the software, we're just sitting here.
should I have somewhere in the emails you sent over time, the actual cost of these, of the software? Like that would show
The
up in the-
original cost of the software?
Is it a monthly cost? Is it an annual cost?
No. All you do is pay for the support.
So I guess same question, is it an annual or a monthly cost for the sport?
It's an annual cost
So
for the support.
where can I find what we spent annually on the software for each of these? I'm just curious how it compares to the line amounts, what we're actually obligated to spend.
Well, I guess I'm a little confused on your question because, so for Avatar Tax Collect, in 2020, the support was, where am I? $44.98. The next year it was $46.24. 2022 was $47.54. Then it went to $49.04. Then it went to $5,092. And now we're asking for $52.96.
So it is precisely the amount that we are being charged.
Yes, it's the only thing that goes into that line. And there's one invoice to one vendor.
And they raise the price 4%
Correct.
every year. So it doesn't, it's not related
It's
to.
been 4% for 24 and 25. I think before we might have had a 3% increase, we might have had a 5% increase.
Are there other options for this software?
You're looking at $100,000 software.
I'm just asking,
Yeah.
are there other options?
There is other tax collect software out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're saying the upfront cost
Right, we've
probably
already
bought
won't
it.
outweigh the
We've
the
already
No.
bought it.
maintenance or the
Yeah.
subscription. Good.
I'm nervous because they're talking about my software no longer offering support in 5 years, and I'm nervous on that. I can't imagine asking the town for that much money for software.
I'm not suggesting that we
Yeah,
do it. I
okay.
just
You
want
got
to
me a
make,
little nervous.
the
I'm like,
options.
ooh,
That's all.
that's a lot.
Other people
are-
make it, but we've already bought $100,000 worth of it, and now we're just supporting it.
Supporting it, yes.
Okay.
And it is great support. I mean, you can call them up every day and ask them questions.
Are your questions answered?
Yes.
Ready to move to assessing?
Oh, okay. I thought he said yes, he had a question.
I asked him if all of his questions, did that answer his question?
Okay. Any questions you have on assessing?
Nope.
And you'll have that software support increase?
And why was the Avatar contract spend so low so far this year?
Okay, so the contract, it's very confusing how you do it. So when we do the Avatar contract, it's a 5-year contract. There's 4 years at the basic assessing, and then there's that 5th year of revaluation, which would spike. So what I do is I take the 5 years and I divide it by 5. So we get the whole cost of the contract, divide it by 5, so we have annual, so you don't see a spike in the budget. It's 99,252 every year. So what I have to do, say in 1 year we only spent 60,000, I purchase order the balance and bring it forward. By the time we're at December 31st, that will be that amount. Okay?
I do.
Because they don't do equal annual amounts. But I don't want to see a spike in our taxes.
You said for the software, in the tax collector, that it was Avatar Tax,
Collect.
and then down here it's
Avatar
Different avatar.
assessing.
Same thing, we've already bought it, we're just paying for maintenance.
Correct.
And so far, at least this year, the office supplies are quite a bit lower than they have been. That makes sense?
Yeah, with a vacancy in that department, a lot of projects for, are not, I don't wanna say they're not getting done, cause everything's getting done. But like organizational, going through each file, separating that out, building, zoning, planning, putting it back in, things like that haven't been done.
I thought we were staffed in assessing.
Yeah, we are, it's all of
We're
them
staffed in
together.
assessing, but she and Monique, like Monique played all three parts today. On Friday, Mary Ann does building and assessing all week long,
Mm-hmm.
and she's here. So there's not time to take the folder apart and do the project that we wanted to start a long time ago, was to take all the paper that's extra. Some files have 2, 3, 4, 5 the same thing. And trying to clean it up. It's just, she hasn't had that opportunity to do that because of the walk-ins and everything else that gets taken care of first.
So it's not that department, it's the departments that they're covering.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're teams,
All of them.
No, I just wanted to clarify that,
Yeah.
that's all. But even so, you know, we didn't spend anywhere near 800 on 2 of the last 4 years, not including this year.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't like to use this because I'm really tired of hearing about it. But during COVID, these numbers are all screwed up. I mean, the number of people that walked through this building during that time was a lot lower than it was in '23 when we started opening again, you know? So it's really hard to use 2021 and '22 as real numbers because things were so different then. The number of people that came in, got copies.
Yeah,
It was
we've
down.
already asked you to look at all the office supply lines, so I won't keep harping on that, so you can include that in the review. And training and seminars, you know, it's only $100, but we haven't spent anywhere close to that anywhere in the last couple of years.
Well, during '21 and '22, they didn't have, it was a webinar she went to, and I think in '24 she was unable to go.
Do we need that line, money in that line?
It would be nice to keep training, yes.
Nice to, or do we need it?
Do they still offer a webinar?
I don't know, I'm sorry. I know she had some webinars this year, I don't know if it was assessing or welfare.
And what about the postage?
Well, I'd like an answer on that one
Oh,
before we
I'm
move on,
sorry.
sorry.
I mean, I guess if you gotta take it to $1, take it to $1, but if there's a law change and the state's no longer doing Zoom or Teams and she can't go because there's no money. You know, like I think of current use in some of those laws that have changed. She does the current use card.
from here and take it to $1.
Works for me, which I think would also do the mileage.
Okay. Mileage as well? Okay. And your question, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Postage, the last 3 years, we're under $100, we're at $250. Can we take that down?
100?
Or 125?
I heard 100. Anyone opposed to 100? I didn't hear any objection.
No, I am gonna object just for the record though, for costing over $99 for training. I don't think that's something that we oughta,
Well, it all adds up, right, Benji?
yeah, well,
All
I
adds
don't, I don't
up.
think having undertrained staff's the best idea either.
Legal?
So I vote to leave it alone at 100.
Do we have any idea on legal fees? 2021, obviously there was a spike. So that can't be because we changed council, because we really haven't paid the new council anything. How much of that is driven by 24, 26? Do we have any idea?
No, 26.
And is all the gray stuff legal fees handled by Primex, or do we pay
Or you
those?
had to pay for the ZBA, which you haven't got a bill yet. from-
Right, but as far as the Primex related things, they
That's-
pay. Okay, that's what I thought. So, do we anticipate that level of legal expense for 2025, is the root of the question.
I would chalk some of the current expense up to paying 2 lawyers for a while we transitioned from one to another.
Pay
So
you
it's-
a little residual for this past month
Yeah, it
of the transfer.
it feels like a very high water mark, in my opinion.
Yeah. And while you're thinking about that, labor relations, we don't have a CBA negotiation coming up for 2 more years. We did have one last year. So,
And as long as everybody behaves, then you're in good shape.
right. So can we
And that's
reduce that one as well?
legal yeah.
Can we reduce that one as well, is a question.
Well, CBA is a great argument, but,
Well, I'm not saying remove it altogether, just reduce it.
About like 15?
15 sounds reasonable, but I guess I'm asking, not,
Yeah, I
not
mean-
trying to dictate.
I was looking at how it was tapering over seemingly 3-year contracts.
Right. So it should be a down year.
Yeah. So I was looking at 10.
for the total or for labor relations?
Labor
For
relations.
Labor relations. With the expectation that it would go up again in a CBA year, but we don't need to keep it there every year for that.
And what about the prior line, 320, or line item number 79?
I think 40 is very high. I'd look closer to 30. That's, again, the expectation that we are through a lot of our transitionary stuff. We had a lot of issues crop up this year that have tailed off.
And we haven't gone to court for Eversource, and we haven't put any on vacation that you might on the EES list. Work's been done, there may be some court cases. We know there will be for Eversource, I believe we were told there's gonna be a trial in July. and that gets shuffled over to someone else beside who you contracted with because it was conflict.
Yeah, I think it's DTC, DCT, something like that. I don't remember what it stood for, but,
And the EES ones, if they decide to go and push it all the way to a public hearing, you're gonna have all that time with attorneys as well. Right now, it's quiet, but I don't know when they're gonna pull you for trial if it goes well.
Chief Moore, is there any chance that EES is just gonna go away miraculously?
What is?
EES, the
Well, the thing
litigation?
is, It's the two that have filed.
Right, the litigation related to
Litigation has been
EES.
moved off the list, that,
Right.
I don't think that's,
Is there any chance it's just gonna miraculously resolve itself?
So we're not really involved in it. It's, there's a lot going on there.
Right, I'm not asking for details on the case,
Yeah.
just to be clear. I'm just
We-
asking whether or not this number for legal is reasonable.
Yep.
Do we think that there's any risk as far as
It's
legal
not being
costs go?
handled well outside of our control. How's that? We weren't the complaining agency.
Right.
But yet we're having to defend it, which makes no sense. How about if I leave it at that?
that's a good way to put it.
So we don't really know what they're doing.
Okay.
It's decision based at the state level, which I've sent two emails trying to get us out of it with supporting documentation, not us. We're not it.
But we haven't been released yet.
No, we have not. Nor have they responded to both of my attempts.
About 35 and 10.
Forty to 30? Is that what you said?
I was proposing 35 and 10 instead of 40 and 20.
Any objections?
Nope.
Going to labor relations that low is, all right?
Because it's collective bargaining,
Yeah.
it's a high year, but we are, and then it tails into this year a bit, and then next year we won't have any, or a little bit tailing up into the next year for the next contract. So and just again, looking back at the previous 3-year cycle, is it on the printout? Like,
That's not on the printout.
so like, where'd it go? See, there's like a very down year in the third year. Something like that, so even at 10.
Long before you came, we were in the 6 digits.
Yeah, let's not go back there by any means,
Right.
yeah,
That's why I said these are good numbers.
yeah, well,
Okay,
and then, ZBA, they usually don't spend $10,000, so I understand there's a risk there that, and it's some year they might, but based on history, that should be half of that.
It is, it's another one that looks like it's tailed off, but even if you stuck with that, even if you include the 2 very high years, it's about 5,600. But $72 this year.
Yeah, and there was a expense last week, but,
Sure.
that's not thousands and thousands. So,
5 sounds good.
any objections? 5,000?
Nope.
Yeah. Beth, we've already talked about the office supply lines for everybody, so I won't hit that one again. And software support. Other-
I was specifically curious, this one went 5% while the others had done 4%.
Different companies, both Avatar does assessing and tax collect. The financial software is Tyler Pro Fund.
Okay. And same thing where the only thing in that line is,
Only thing in the line is software support.
wait,
Any other questions for finance?
Anybody?
Questions for town clerk budget?
Same line, office supplies. There's only one election in 2025, so
That's the election budget. This is the dogs.
Town clerk?
Yeah, this is town clerk, so it's
So-
motor vehicles, dogs, everything else.
there's no office supplies for elections in here?
It shouldn't be. She has
No,
election
she has her
has
own
its
line.
budget. Yeah, she has different software. She has EMSI.
It's not related to this budget right here, but just a
Overall?
question because it's here. There's an expected accrual wages, and health insurance, FICA, that are associated with that due to a retiring employee. Is there any way to amortize something like that? What I mean better is, at least, like with somebody like the town clerk, on a 3-year elected term,
Okay.
you know 3 years out, like that may be the end of their time. So could we be budgeting for, instead of it spiking when they leave?
Okay. We used to have a capital reserve fund for employee retirement accruals, and the town used to put a little bit in each year to help offset when someone retires. It'd be hard though, because you're gonna budget for me leaving tomorrow when you don't know if I'm leaving tomorrow, you know? So it'd be hard. You'd have to budget, it's a large number. It's like $500,000 if everyone left tomorrow, you know?
You're not leaving tomorrow, right?
No, that was back sample.
Just checking.
But, yeah, it's,
So you said there used to be a fund for that. Is there any money in that fund?
yeah, it's like maybe
Let's say $1,500.
15, maybe 1,200.
There's less than $2,000 in there.
I mean, still, like, if it was meant for something like this, we can apply that.
Employee retirement, $1,422.98.
Can we apply any of that?
To use that, you need a warrant article.
Well, that's great. Okay.
Can we leave $1 in it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we need more than $1,400, so you can't,
But he's looking at using it all to help
Take it down to
offset.
$1 to offset.
All at $1. Leave it at $1 in that capital reserve fund and put it in the revenue. Offset $50,000. I think that's
Okay.
what he's after.
Yeah.
yeah, I was thinking you were saying take this 50,000
can't.
to $1.
No,
Okay,
No, so
okay,
take the
good.
fund to
It's like-
one to,
that's-
to
yeah.
reduce taxation that much.
And it's both default and proposed, because the personnel policy addresses it. So is that on the warrant article list?
Yeah, if you
will
don't
be.
mind taking that note, that'd be great.
And what was the name of the fund?
Employee retirement. Yep, employee retirement.
And how much is there?
He wants to use $1,421.98.
That's as of now, it'll change with another
Yeah.
month's interest, a couple pennies.
Couple pennies.
So we're roughly gonna call it 1421.
I still think you have to leave it, and then you have to show your offset.
Oh, yeah, you can't touch
You
that.
can't touch that number.
Yeah, no, I'm,
Yeah, you have to
Right.
get your offset.
No.
Yep.
Yep. But I made a note that we can apply 1421 and then put 1421 on the warrant list, right? Okay.
Any other questions regarding the town clerk's budget? Okay, we went on to to the Selectmen's office budget.
This one you have to look kind of at a mirror with tax collector. You have an overage, you have an overspend of 10,000 and an underspend of 17 because we're splitting the position. So it was full-time here and we're splitting between the two, so.
So there's $5,000 in a professional development line. Do we anticipate really spending that for 2025? And is it part of any contract?
Contract.
Are you really gonna spend it?
Well, I spent more than that this year, because in the contract it lays out which ones I go to.
Any other questions for Selectmen's office budget?
What do the dues pay for?
Dues is the ICMA,
It's the ICMA, the
NHGFOA,
ANPERA, is
what do you call it?
what I call it, ANHPERA.
Yep.
Those again are dues that I belong to per the contract.
And they are low so far this year because I'm assuming they haven't hit, those bills haven't hit yet?
The ICMA I should have paid for already. We can, I'll look, because I know I've paid all my dues right now.
Think so? Okay.
I know the
I-
ICMA one's very expensive, it's based on salary.
Yeah.
Did you just look at that?
I was gonna say, no, this is as of November 30th. So if we paid it, it should have been in there.
No, we paid it.
Okay. All right, we'll get to that.
So I know cable's relatively low dollars, but what is the Comcast line for? $590. It says it's non-discretionary. What is it?
That is for, it's part of the cable channel 6.
$20.50 a month for those.
Yeah. There's part of that agreement you guys signed
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah, I thought, obviously, it was a while ago, but I thought they covered all that kind of stuff. Excuse me. But,
And supplies and equipment, the proposed budget for equipment went down to $1, but supplies didn't. Is there a reason? They still have that,
Fund, but I think the
yeah,
fund,
they
I
have-
don't know if it's supplies or if it's,
or it's just equipment.
yeah, it just says their fund is just titled equipment. Yeah.
Well, they've never used the supply line, so can we change that to $1 as well? I don't have any questions on the trust funds.
Okay, for the trustees of the trust fund, when they have new members, they like them to attend the NHMA conference in Manchester. They just didn't have anyone attend this year.
over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have it.
They haven't attended, maybe they've had new members, but they haven't expensed it if they did go.
I know they asked us, they'd like to go, can we put it in the budget?
But then something came up.
Okay. Land use? So this is the open position that we have, correct?
Half of it, yeah.
So the first one is the assistant. So that is, the 24 is for half of the person.
Correct, because the other half is under building department.
Okay.
It's 20 hours.
And then the wages/coordinator, is this the part-time zoning administrator that's on the open rec list? Okay, and that number 29991 is correct for part-time?
You keep popping up here in an email.
Oh.
Stop it. Any specific questions on land use?
It's not specific to land use, but it's the first time I saw it, the health insurance. Do we always budget for family for everybody?
For vacancies, yes.
And related to that, I don't remember, do we have in the personnel policy where if somebody's spouse or member of their family can get insurance somewhere else if they have to?
You don't have to, it's an option. We pay you $5,500 if you can prove to us you have insurance somewhere else.
But I mean, like, if you got insurance through the town, but your spouse got it through their job?
Doesn't say you have to.
Okay, just, a lot of places I've worked that way, and
Yeah.
it would keep our costs down if we did that. It's not a budget discussion, but maybe worth talking about.
Any other questions for land use? Government buildings, questions?
The wages for maintenance, that's Tim, correct? And the number represents part-time,
Correct.
so the rest of his salary is being picked up out of transfer station?
We tried to put it in for 25 last year, didn't we?
So if it went through this year, what would happen to the transfer station line?
There would be no change. Because the part-time transfer station line is based on how many hours is needed. So if it's not him, it's someone else.
Okay. So, and maybe this is a Jason question, so you've been operating down a part-timer then? Or is Tim doing that, is he doing that role, or is he just using that money to be able to do the things that he normally does?
He's at the transfer station.
He's working at the transfer.
Yeah,
Transfer station,
okay.
usually.
So,
We lost Bill as a part-timer.
yeah, so if we did this, and Tim went full-time government building, then you'd have to replace him down there, that's my understanding. And you're, I guess, making sure you're aware of that. Okay. Great.
So I'm not following that
I think you could
because,
still fill in as a part-timer down there because this would get 25 hours, as long as you kept him under being full-time. He could still fill
Okay,
in a
sure.
little bit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, oh, working more here, it probably implied working less there, but you're right, it doesn't
The
necessarily,
idea would be 25 hours here, and then he could fill in when he
Sure.
needed, but keep him under full-time.
That's what he's
but
doing
yeah,
now.
I guess, maybe not removing, but it may end up causing less time for him at the transfer station,
Mhm.
potentially.
So the $30,030 represents 25 hours a week.
Yes. Plus the payroll taxes that go with it.
Right. Okay. Building maintenance, I'm not suggesting that we don't have old buildings and that they don't need maintenance, but popping from 5 to 15, can we soften that in incremental improvements? And the second part of that question is, could we really spend 15,000 in 1 year if we did fund it fully?
Gave him 25 hours a week, yes. Just thinking, he could be around here to do more projects. It just ties the two together, that's all.
And what about using the government building maintenance fund that we have set up instead of putting this as a line item for taxes?
Yeah, you could use that, but keep in mind, if you have a disaster, I don't know what you're gonna do, because you're down to 30-something thousand now.
In that fund?
That wouldn't take much to take a furnace or
Furnace.
anything else.
Which is what that was originally designed for.
It was designed. I think, you know, and Mr. Butt will tell you that we talked about leaving between $50,000 and $60,000 in there as if the elevator goes, or if anything goes like that. Boiler, not necessarily in this building, but in any building. And we're down
Which-
to about 38,000.
Could be another,
Is that a blink?
yeah,
Mhm.
could be another warrant article then. If we wanted to do building maintenance out of that fund and then ask for more money in that fund
Mm-hmm.
and not in the annual budget.
Could, or we can just look at regular maintenance as something that's in the operating budget.
Yeah, but regardless, I think, I see the 15 as being chipping away at the separate fund versus regular maintenance. You disagree?
Not entirely following that.
That we have been told for a long time that there are many big projects that need doing, but some of them can be done in small parts, painting, whatever. We talked about the horse shed, for instance. And that is in that gray area of, do we spend annual maintenance on this, or do we spend the special revenue fund, the dedicated fund, maintenance line, for something like that, where it could all be done in one chunk, or it could be done, somebody working a couple hours a week on it for a year.
What are we gonna define as annual maintenance?
What's that?
Yes, what's your definition of annual maintenance? And I'm just saying we probably don't have one.
Right.
So right now, it's just a laundry list of stuff that
Yeah.
should be
Yeah.
done because it's been neglected over the
That's
years.
Um,
But I agree, stuff of that nature should be out of the government building fund rather than a line item. Line item should probably suggest whatever would need to be done through the building, through the years, through that specific year.
Through that year for maintenance.
Right. So anyway, to take that to the other end, yes, maybe we reduce this and then suggest a warrant article to put more money into the government building fund to address bigger issues.
That's about where I am. I was looking at 10. You had mentioned softening the increase. I think that splits the difference, and then, yeah, try and get more money in the other fund.
Okay.
Is that 110?
Yes.
Yes.
Just remember, this just isn't this building when it says building maintenance.
But that's also gonna be part of the plan too, is how do we get that maintenance list together? This is what the expectation is. That way we better identify what that should be.
Well, at least last
I mean,
year.
we're not gonna do that today, but.
Yeah, last year, Selectman Cahill didn't take an ex officio role and was supposed to audit all the buildings and come up with that. So I'm not sure how far that got. Thought I remember he had made some progress, and
He did give me a binder after I came on the board, and it was just a list of contractor names.
yeah,
For the
there was-
most part.
Yeah, I have that as
For the
well.
most part.
But, I mean, for almost half a year, if not, I think even the year before, the work was going on. So some amount of that was supposed to have been done by now. It may be out there.
Who would have that?
Did he give you anything?
So I think the 10 is where we should be, and then there should also be a plan to put that together.
Action to define what's in that line for
Yes.
year to year.
I think there should be a list for everybody of general everyday maintenance, but we should allow some for painting a room or something, not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, did
Allow
light
that,
painting.
Yeah, light
paint a
painting, I
room,
mean,
that's-
if you're gonna like remodel a room though,
If I'm
or
gonna
something
tear a
of
door
that
down to
nature,
put up
yeah.
a new door, that's. a
That
little
might
bit
be more
but
significant.
That goes under under the government building fund, stuff of that nature. But
Typically, when we try to pull out of that fund, you'd have, put together a project plan for a bigger, bigger
Right.
project.
Yeah,
Like
I
when they
guess-
tried to get off the ground the town office, or town hall rather, that was big projects that they went and priced out. Not necessarily, we know we have to, whatever, check furnaces and stuff, but we should allow for buffing the floors and, painting certain number of dollars worth of paint and stuff.
Yeah, that would be general, or what
I
I would
would
expect
consider all
is-
that general year to year kind of things
Yeah.
that would be in that line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Janitorial supplies went up too, and we didn't use that much this year. We used over that amount the year before. Can we hold that steady at 600?
As you can see at year end, that's one of the items like we like to stock up on at year end, if there's surplus in the budget. Things that we know we're gonna use, that are gonna go to use.
Okay, 200 and 201 are XL lines, and 197, 198 are the line items in column B for the stone building, heat and electric. Back in 1981, the town said that the Historical Society should pay for that, and the Historical Society agreed. So I'd like to remove these out of the budget for this year going forward.
The stone
Stone
building,
building,
electric, and the stone building.
198 and 199, I believe, or excuse me, 197 and 198.
So they're gonna go to 0?
I'd be okay leaving them at $1 because we can't remove them without some other action, correct?
Well, if you remove them, you have no history if somebody ever looked back.
Right.
Just until it slides off the scale.
Yeah. So that is gonna require subsequent action for somebody to get with the Historical Society and make sure that they're going to know that they've gotta start picking these up. And I don't know if that's they pay direct or we pay and they reimburse us because we get the bill. I don't know how that
We
works.
can just contact the fuel company and electricity and give them the new change of address.
Well, we should work with the Historical Society to do a smooth handoff, I think.
Okay, well, smooth's not gonna go well for $1. A smooth would be a little bit more than $1, wouldn't it, for?
Well, then
few
they can
months?
reimburse us, but, yeah. So,
What year did you say that was?
1981.
What?
Now, I'm not suggesting we go back and ask them for money from back, all the way back to 1981 or anything crazy like that, so, you know.
It has.
Yeah, is it good?
Well, you know.
split the difference, 20 years.
And I just had an overall comment on this section, is we really need the Energy Commission to get in and look at the electric and heat usage across the board and make that a priority for 2025, because we've got to get some way, if possible, to reduce our electric and heat costs across the board.
Yep.
And how do we purchase heating oil now? Is it, what I'm getting at is it already in bulk? Is there any way to save money?
No, in years past, we locked in the fall, but then the prices that we locked into were higher than, so I don't even know if Irving will lock us in anymore.
Because the price goes up and down, they weren't interested in locking any.
Yeah.
Say that again?
I said, no, not so much.
No.
Right, exactly.
I guess one option is to shop around from Irving.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we keep baseboard at 68, everybody bring a sweater. As you know, it gets hot in here.
I'm totally fine with that.
Me too. But if we leave, if we leave the baseboard at 68, and put cold, I mean, Wednesday's supposed to be 52, and it's hot in this building already.
Yeah. So I think there's two actions there. One is for the Energy Commission to review all heating and all electric and heating fuel, and shop around for a new heating fuel provider.
And for the town, not just this building.
No. Townwide.
Townwide.
All of the buildings. Yep.
That would be great.
And can we put out a memo that asks everybody to leave the baseboard heat at 68 or less, or something
Be
reasonable?
happy to do that.
Did anyone have any questions on the rest of the government buildings budget? Moving on to cemeteries?
Cornerstone. Why is that one going up above recent years? I don't recall.
That's actually there's not a
I should
line
know the
for it,
answer,
it's
but
a
I
sale of
don't.
lots. It's a sale of lots.
It's the four
Corner
of the
markers.
granite markers that mark the plot that you buy with your last initial. It's not the Cornerstone company that you just,
Ah.
it's different.
Okay.
It's corner markers,
Markers.
maybe.
Corner
Markers would be
markers.
good.
Cornerstone was the gentleman that just did the work.
Right. It was like,
So those are the four corners that have the last name initial on them. And it's a pass-through, because you buy them.
but why is it so much more in '24 than it had been?
Because we sold a lot of lots. I mean, you guys have signed an awful lot of deeds and stuff, so.
Do we think that's gonna continue?
But you have the same revenue on the opposite side. You have the gross budget, so it's the same revenue on the same side.
But how much, we can't know. Everybody could come and buy on day one, and that's what we budgeted for. Everybody making a purchase day one, we have to outlay that money, and then we get reimbursed. But that's not, it's spread out over the year. So how much are we really out at any one given time?
We get
Sorry.
the money before we get the bill,
Yeah.
because the money will come in, and then I have to order the corner markers.
So we get reimbursed before we spend money.
Yes.
When they buy the lot, they give me a check for
So
everything.
why put more than $1 in there?
Because when
You have
we
to show
pay
the
the
extent
vendor.
of the revenue.
uh,
So if you reduce this line, you also have to reduce the revenue line by that amount,
The-
which
the
I'm
two-
okay with.
The two will match.
Right. I'm okay with offsetting, or reducing them both.
Cause if you reduce it to $1 and we spend $2,800 to the vendor, we're gonna have to find that money somewhere else in the budget. Cause that
But-
line's gonna say 28.
But every dollar will have come in,
Correct.
yeah. I Because otherwise, we're asking the taxpayers for this money. We take it from them, and then we are reimbursed for that money, and then at the end of the year, we're holding on to that money, and we may or may not give it back to them.
Right.
And if we set it to $1, then we never ask for it in the first place, and so we don't have to worry about, should we give it back or not, even though it was a pass-through.
You've got money now sitting there that I've ordered stones for that have not been put in yet, because now you're closed, December to April.
Okay.
Doesn't mean the stones didn't get ordered back in October. So you're sitting on people's money. Stones have been ordered, it's not done. So we haven't got a bill yet till they put the stone in.
Well, you're not sitting on their money, you're sitting on their property, on the stones.
I'm not, the property has been ordered.
Mm-hmm.
We took their money for their cornerstones.
And spent it as we said we would.
We haven't spent it yet.
But you just said we have
You haven't
purchased the
spent it
stones.
yet until they come and install them, and then you get billed for them.
Ordered but not paid.
So we have the money, they've been ordered, they haven't been paid for because the job hasn't been done.
So that's only a concern going across a calendar year.
I mean, you may not sell as many as you sold this year, I don't know. I really don't, it's tough for us to determine that. But it's an in and out. It's not costing the taxpayer anything. It's the person that bought the lot.
Well, like you said, it is if the money doesn't get returned.
The money doesn't get returned.
Yeah, if it becomes an overage at the end of the year and we use it, it never gets returned back to the taxpayer.
Yeah, that's my concern.
Can't have a revolving fund for that, too small a item.
Yeah. Probably too
I don't know
small.
if it's one of the allowable uses anyway.
Yeah, there's only 4 allowable uses for revolving funds.
So to me, the downside of setting it to $1 is we may end up with money spent in 1 year, money allocated in 1 year that has to get spent the next year. But, and the money will have come in from
Revenue.
the consumer in the first year, and then return to the taxpayer that year. Then the next year may have nobody purchase any, and so then you end up with a discrepancy. So, but it's, I think it's only a risk of that corner case of cross-year purchases.
It's already been allocated, so that portion would not be returned.
Well, which Naomi was saying is we're still holding, we have at that point, we have the money and we have the stones, but we have not. The money for the stones doesn't get paid. I mean, can we just pay? Can we just
Yeah,
stop?
we've
Can we do
or-
it differently?
Yeah, we've ordered the stones, but we've not
We
paid
don't
for
have
them.
them.
We don't have
You
them.
don't pay it till they put them.
Until it, yeah, we don't, okay.
Till April. Right.
I don't know. I'm thinking keep this at the default number.
The $650.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable. Ooh, can we drop it to 600 and then that total cemetery stays 0?
Why not? I don't think it does, though.
50 up recording fees, 50 down there.
Well, over cars.
Yeah.
Any questions on insurances?
I don't dare touch anything there.
I asked the question before, but just to bring it up again.
The quotes?
What's that?
Getting quotes for
Yeah.
different property liability, yeah.
That's it. So I know that's
Will
not
I
gonna
have that
affect
for
this budget, but,
25?
sorry?
If I have that for 25, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Advertising in regional associations?
since we are, so the note here is bids, public hearing notices, and vacancies. But since we are much closer to fully staffed, do we really need that to go up?
And we don't have to advertise in places like Indeed, and we don't have to post notices in the newspapers anymore, so. I'd suggest that one be kept at default as well.
That's my feeling as well.
Anybody object?
Nope.
What did you want that at?
I think the default was
497.
$497.
So I'll just overspend that if we need to.
And the NHMA dues are gone up, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Police department.
So I'd asked earlier about checking all the overtime and the part-time stipends, all that.
Up to you.
Yeah, just so,
So what did you want for the overtime? Do you want to
I'd like a-
justify the number of hours that are needed?
yeah, I'd like a
to cover-
bottoms up instead of a rollover, is what
Okay.
I'm looking for.
So how many hours of mandatory overtime due to holiday, or vacation, sick leave, bereavement, and then training?
That kind
Okay.
of stuff, yeah.
All right,
Yeah. So basically a bottoms up instead of a roll forward
okay.
on the number.
That's gonna be a scary number, but okay, we'll show it to you.
Well, we'll pick the lesser of the two evils, I guess.
Yeah, 'cause I do it for fire already, but yeah,
Okay.
I'll do it for police.
We do it.
You do it?
We divide it up into like 6 categories: training, court.
So
Call for
they
service.
can't hear you,
Yeah,
probably.
up here.
Well, they probably can hear you,
Oh, I
but,
was gonna say, our overtime, we already track based on training, shift coverage, court time, call for service related, and the rest. That might be, and then holiday, of course, town approved holidays, where they take that out of the overtime line. So 5, it might be another category. But yeah, we already track it. Biggest area is going to be shift coverage, second biggest is gonna be holidays. Shift coverage, of course, we have a mandatory 2 officers for every shift per CBA.
Okay.
We don't go to 3, it's just 2.
well, I think the action's still a good exercise, even if we come up with the same number, at least we'll know that it's really a bottoms up and not just a roll
Oh, sure,
forward.
no, I can get that to, Emily tracks it.
Okay. And then, part-time, I think you're not planning on filling the second position, is that correct?
So I still don't have a vacancy, I'm still waiting on a letter of resignation, but no, I am not.
Okay, so as far as the number, it'll be closer to what you've done in 2024, right? As opposed to double that amount.
Just apply for this stuff. Which line was it? Part-time, I got it.
240.
So my other part-time officer, medical condition, I don't know if I can disclose what it was. No, yeah.
No?
So
I
she
I
might
wouldn't
go
recommend
up.
it.
Yeah, she might go up, but she's limited to how much she can work now.
Okay. So what do you think you're gonna do in 2025?
I don't think I'm gonna do 10,000. I mean, I would feel comfortable reducing that by 2,500.
So 7,500? Even though you've only
But,
spent
I mean,
5,500?
the offset of that is, anytime we can use a part-timer, we want to use a part-timer because they're not eligible for time and a half. They're getting straight time. So we're avoiding time and a half anytime we can use her. So if she's available and now we train her, we've just stripped her line, moving it down 2,500, now we're going to pay on the back end time and a half.
Could you, and I'm not suggesting that you're doing anything that's illegal or against the rules, but could you pay that delta salary out of the overtime line even though it's straight time?
I wouldn't want to do it because the overtime line has the New Hampshire retirement system contributions affecting it. And it also has, for part-timers, they don't, part-timers, pay social security, full-time police officers do not. So that'll affect that line as well.
So is there anywhere else you could,
So you're suggesting we pay her,
if necessary?
but not in that line?
Well, if we reduce the line because she's not gonna work, because we're not gonna have two people, more than likely, in 2025, drawing off of that line. So if you reduce that line in half, just go with that as a theoretical, to reflect only one person, but you then want that one person to work above and beyond that number of hours to eliminate overtime from somebody else.
Then you overexpend that line.
So that line is currently one person. The other officer has not worked this year at all. And she's been restricted because of the medical.
Okay, so you've only spent 5523 this year.
And she would have been higher if she could have. She's been restricted for several months now.
And that's why you were suggesting 75 was maybe
I would feel
go
comfortable with
go
that.
more than the one person, but not a full another, not another entire part-time person.
Yeah, I'd have no intention of hiring another part-timer.
Okay. So we can change that from 11,577 to 7,500?
Well, again, it's a trade-off. If she does go over and we want to take it from overtime, now you're paying somebody time and a half, or not even that. If we can't use her because we don't have funds, now you're paying somebody time and a half rather than straight time. So that's fine if you all want to do that. But just realize that that would drive up overtime if she hits her 7,500. Because she is a cheaper option by far. She is the lowest paid person on this police department.
Okay. Well, I'd be willing to fund it as quoted if we know that you're gonna take a decrement to an overtime line, as an example.
If overtime's available. Currently, I'm over overtime this year.
So how many hours does $2,000 represent
Depends on who you're talking about.
at that lowest rate?
$70-ish, maybe? 75, somewhere in there.
So right now, if you get 2,000 hours more in the part-time anyway, you've only used 5,500 this year, and if your overtime is higher, that would still give you a cut in your overtime if you use that 2,500, right?
Correct. And we probably would have used it if
If she'd been
she was
available.
available.
Right.
Right. Which
So-
would have lowered the overtime even more.
So you still got some available and can still make a difference in your overtime, so I don't see why.
Well,
70
she's totally out right now.
Right, but if the time is available, if you get 7,500 hours available, you were just saying you'd be comfortable.
$7,500.
Oh, sorry, yeah, $7,500. It's getting late and hot in here.
Definitely hot.
So you still, no, got it.
You good?
Even if you used, that would be something to offset some of the overtime anyway.
Yes.
So-
Yes, if it's available in the part-timers line, it would absolutely offset overtime. She goes to mandatory trainings, which come out of that line, but that's 16 hours a year, so that's low cost. Everything else is working shift. She has been doing detail work. Not the inside details, working on policy while she's been in her current position, which has been very beneficial.
So I guess when you look at the overtime, you can figure out this line as well. Where do you want that mix to be? Which lever do you want?
Well, ideally, the more I can get her to work, the more beneficial it is to the town, because I'm not paying overtime.
Right.
I mean, if she would do 25 hours a week, which is what you can do under the academy, that's great. I can't fund 25 hours a week.
You could if you reduced your your overtime line.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm already over. That's not gonna go down. That's only gonna go up because raises are happening. We can't unarrest people once we arrest them, so it's either CBA based, where it's holidays, it's, you gotta go to court, it's, you've arrested somebody, you gotta process the entire arrest, or dispatch has contacted our night shift or our day shift crew, and they're coming in during that 3 to 7 time frame, which happens. Or they're covering a mandatory shift by the CBA where they don't have 2 people covering, and somebody's got to come in to cover because somebody else is in training or what have you. Very rarely do we do training overtime. That's like a taboo for me. I don't like, we work that into the schedule at every possibility.
So I think I'm hearing from you 7,500 it is.
Well, that's fine.
And then what about recruitment? You're pretty much fully staffed, so I know you can't
Currently.
read what's going to happen because you don't know what's going to happen until it happens, but
Right, I wouldn't change that. That's for 3 people to go through the entire process. I spent way more than that when I first got here,
right. But you only have one opening,
currently.
and everybody loves you.
And everybody what?
Loves you.
Well, that's beside the point. I mean, that's, you're stating facts now.
What was your first year?
When was my first year? 2019.
Just off the chart. All right. We want to go back to 2020 here.
Oh, yeah. No, knock it out. I've got 15 IDs hanging on my board where we've gone through multiple candidates trying to replace people. Some get kicked out early, some go through the whole process. It just depends. But I keep everybody's ID who's left the department since I've been here. And in 5 years, that's 3 a year on average. I know I've approached the board before. I think we were losing one every 3.8 months, if I recall correctly, at that time.
What about printing?
That's probably going to go up next year because we've changed our phone number and we have to reprint forms. It's not, we're going to go within budget, but we're going to have multiple years where we're reprinting forms every year, rolling them out.
But you don't have to print those APHIS cards anymore. Does that offset
APHIS
anything?
cards?
Yeah, weren't you printing those?
Fingerprint cards.
Yeah.
So now the APHIS machine
Right.
does it, correct.
Right, so you
But
don't,
there's all kind of forms we do.
so not having to do that activity, does that offset anything?
Not where it's going to impact that line. I can send you a list of all the forms, and it's not 100, but it's up there. And everyone has the department's, Ware Police Department, our address, our phone numbers, our fax line. My name's on one side, captain's name's on the other side. We have to recreate those for the ones we publish, because the officers take a stash of certain ones because they have to have them available when they're at the scenes of incidents.
What if we printed you off a bunch of sticky that you just stick over the phone number?
Still printing.
Right, but when you print them next time, you can have the right number on them, you don't have to reprint them just because the phone number changed.
I don't think that would save. Printing costs are fairly cheap. I don't pay a whole lot for printing, but it's going to take a couple years to get that line back to where we're not using it very much. We've already started, for instance, business cards. Business cards for everybody are $65 each. 500 cards. We got to redo all those right off the top.
And you're now gonna be under the town rubbish and cleaning service, I think, at least cleaning service. So does rubbish cleaning or janitorial supplies go down because of that?
I don't know what the new numbers are.
Right, we don't either, but would it go down?
Depends on what the numbers are. I was paying 400 and something a month, but I also have 750 available in case I have a biohazard incident where we have to hire a cleaning crew to come in and biohazard something, which has been done before. We've had somebody lick our entire booking room, which was a $700 cleanup
Was
fee,
that-
which he
was that when
reimbursed the
Cub
town
Scouts
for.
visited?
Huh?
Was that when the Cub Scouts visited?
Oh, no. No, I got you, no. They can only go so high. No, this was an arrestee, but he was intoxicated. He cut a check to reimburse the town the following day, so. But we still gotta obviously make sure it's a safe environment prior to bringing somebody else in there.
Well, it's clean after the,
It was clean.
I don't think we'll know until we have that number.
Yeah. Fuel, we need to talk about that as a board again. I think that's the first time it comes up. What about uniforms? I know we buy so many uniforms per employee per year, but you're not gonna have,
That's not just
Sure.
uniforms. That's ammunition and all kind of stuff.
it says uniform contract 2022.
Which line are you on?
Maintenance, dry cleaning?
No, 288, uniform contract. So since you're fully staffed or almost, you're not gonna buy a new complete set up front for multiple people in 2025.
That's reimbursement per CBA. You can't touch that line.
Yeah, that's why it says contract. They do that at the end of the year, don't they?
They get it on their anniversary date. All the full-time officers get $500 to replenish uniforms. The part-timers get $200.
It's a minor thing, but Beth, could you update that, because that should be, that's 2024 now, right? Because we just did the CBA.
Wait, what's it say?
22.
2022.
Cut off too. I can't.
2022.
Okay.
Do you guys wanna talk about fuel here or wait till the end? This is the first time it shows up in police.
we can talk about it.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
Well, I think it was over a month ago that we initially set the rate for unleaded and diesel for 2025, and we said we would look at it again to see if that number that we set was good. I think what we set, I personally think what we set was maybe a little high, given where we're at a month later. So, I think we could make a impact on the overall budget if we reduce that to $3 for unleaded and $3.25 for diesel, which is a 25-cent reduction each.
Does that line up with whatever this is called, the, this one?
I believe it does, yeah. It's gone down a little bit.
We got from that website.
But I think we overestimated on diesel the first time.
Yeah, the diesel was really low. I was under, it was like 270 or something, wasn't it?
I think the current numbers are 317 and 359, but those have taxes in them. So without tax, current projections are 275 and 311. So I'm proposing 3 and 325.
Do you know what that does to the,
Just under $10,000. $99.87.50.
I think
Across
that's-
all, that's not just for police, to be clear.
Yeah, because this was. October?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact date in October, but it was definitely October that we looked at it.
And at the time,
Still doing the painting and everything else, you could hold that one out too and highlight it. Before you finalize.
sure,
I'm just saying, I mean,
yeah, I guess we
Oh,
could
I'm
keep-
asking, can we just make a decision today to reduce it?
and then keep,
And it's
keep
done.
revisiting.
yeah, I was just saying that we're not gonna be done today, we still have a lot of
No.
blanks. So we can fix that at the same time and have one last chat if you wanted to in December.
I'm not opposed.
You know what we paid last delivery, Beth, off the top of your head,
Yeah, I just looked, it was $279.
for diesel?
Diesel?
For diesel?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you proposed 325?
325, yeah, so maybe we can go even lower than that.
I wouldn't.
I feel like this is your expertise.
It's been going up slightly, but I don't think, I don't see it taking a spike, I don't think.
I remember feeling really anxious in October, trying to project out
I
here, but
thought
we're
we
here
were
now, and it hasn't spiked.
It might stay.
Oh, you wanted me to do it?
I do too. So,
It's been going up a little at my work, but not much.
and I did check with some other towns, and this is pretty close to in line with what they're looking at. Some of them are as low as $2.90 for unleaded. And we're talking about maybe $3.
Yeah.
And the lowest I saw for diesel projection that another town made was $3, and we're talking about $3.25. So I don't think it's a huge cushion, but I do think it's got some in there, because we do need to modulate the risk.
Maybe we
I'm,
said,
I'm good at 3 and 325.
I was gonna throw out 315 for diesel. Keep them separate, but given the last delivery and what Benji's saying that it's,
315? How do you
Think-
feel about that, Selectman Pratt?
I'd rather stay at 325. We use more diesel than,
Right, we do. Which means it has a larger impact if we reduce it.
it has a
And we're
larger
right,
impact
if
if
we're
we're
right.
wrong.
What do you think, Benji?
I'd feel better at 3 and 325.
Okay. Decision, $3 unleaded, $3.25 for diesel. Okay, thank you. Anything else for the chief?
Nope.
On it.
Okay, and just to be clear, we're still asking for do the bottoms up on overtime.
Yeah, it's easy.
Okay.
All good? Thank you.
Right, crack that open an inch.
Thank you.
Please,
Yeah.
you can do this side.
Fine, I'm about to sweat through my
Yeah,
shirt.
me too. It's the one that gets it on your back, so.
It's a good thing oil's low.
What's that?
Good thing oil prices are low.
Yeah, because we're paying to heat the baseboard, because we can't change them because they're in the other room and it's locked.
I can go change it to 40 if you'd like. Trust me.
What's it set for now? 120?
It's gonna be 68 in a minute.
Yes.
Oh, Naomi. Emergency management?
Is that the next category, or what she's doing with the?
Right.
Both, I guess.
Just
Yeah.
a question, are we gonna go through the rest of the thing tonight?
I would recommend that we do, at least from DPW. And if there's anything left, if we want to table that till next time.
I'm skimming, do we want to, like, him about animal control?
Oh, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. We forgot animal control.
I didn't do anything to animal control. 0 called me. Still want me to stay?
Yep,
I heard animal control and 0.
good.
You want to turn the heater on?
You guys crack me up. Okay, Chief, I know you need some new phones, but is it really $2,500 for 3 lines for 1 year? I think we've, might have asked about this before.
That was an estimate from Granite State. Honestly, I don't know, because since the PD went over, Chief Moore went over to voice over IP, right? Or something like that. I've called Granite State and started the process of seeing what it would be to switch all our phones over to the same thing, to try to save some money. It's a little bit of upfront cost. I think it was, what, 10 grand or something? 2,000? So $2,000 upfront cost, but then we're saving a bunch of money because it's, so when I put that figure, it was originally the way our phone system is now. I would imagine, I can only speculate that it would, because I haven't got those figures back yet from either Granite State or anyone else, that would be lower, but I don't know how much lower, and I don't know if that project would end up happening this year or not. or
Well,
this
that was my
upcoming
next
year.
question. Is this thing even going to be operational for 2025?
What is what gonna be operational?
The emergency management
Well, it better
center.
be if we have an emergency, because
The-
we don't
the
have anywhere to go.
Facility.
The facility, we do not have, the infrastructure now is not in place to handle anything, is what the problem is.
Right, but will you have it available in 2025 is the question.
With some money in the budget, yes.
So if you got phones and chairs and tables, which were the 2 lines I think that you're asking for here.
Yep, that we would be, put it this way, on our way to being able to support that function, yes. Because as of right now, we can't. The tables and chairs, yeah, I mean, I guess we could probably get away with that, but we just do not have the telephone infrastructure. We didn't have the internet capability, but then when we just replaced our server, they upgraded all of that, so it was told to me that now that had the capabilities of supporting they put in a bigger server when they did that project this year. So that kind of took care of that problem that we had. And again, the 2,500, that was just a ballpark figure that they threw out, and that's for the current phone system we have now.
So what would you feel comfortable reducing that to if you think you can get it for less?
If, I don't know, I'm gonna ask, actually, Chief, how much was it to add, did you add any lines, or, no?
That was for 15 lines.
Yeah,
Everybody's got voicemail and all the basics. I
Yeah.
told them we just need something that rings. Every desk has a phone, 15 lines. I don't imagine you would have that many lines.
yeah,
And we saved over 100 a month with a little bit of a 2,000 implementation fee.
yeah.
So,
If you wanna cut it down $1,000 or $1,500, I mean, we'd go from there, and whatever it comes in at, it comes in at.
so I'm sorry, your telephone line, is that accurate? When did that go into effect?
We're still transitioning.
Okay.
Currently, we still have both.
Yep.
Because we're waiting for Crescendo to tell us they installed everything and we can provide notice to Granite State.
Okay. What I was looking to do, I was trying to see if it was a true number I could divide by 15, multiply by 3, and
Right, come up
Ballpark,
with
but,
something,
yeah.
yep. That's why I asked, I didn't know if he knew exactly how much per line, if they added, how much that would be. Again, I have no knowledge of that, so I can't really.
Quick interruption here, I'm sorry. Changing over to the voice over IP, you're getting rid of the 529 phone number from Granite State.
Yes.
And that's gonna happen with you folks as well.
Correct, absolutely, our phone number's gonna change, yes.
There's gonna be new printing associated
Yep.
with that.
But these are 3 brand-new numbers we're talking about for the Emergency Operations Center.
True. But
For
it's
this
also,
line specifically.
Correct, that would not be used on a normal, on day-to-day basis.
They probably don't need voicemail.
I would say
Main
not.
domain.
I would say not. Again, this is just if something ever happened, they said that, again, we do not have the infrastructure there to handle that being the Emergency Operations Center. So it was recommended that 3 lines be put in. Again, if you want to reduce that, I mean, that's fine. I would imagine if we end up doing the voice over IP, that it would be a lot cheaper, I would assume.
I'm looking now at the Parks and Rec telephone for maybe a better comparison, since they do VoIP down at Chase Park now, right? And they have one phone number that just has the answering service, right?
I'm not sure if it's a VoIP phone per se versus it's VoIP there, then it's converted to analog.
Okay. Okay,
Well, that's what my house used to be. It was, fiber to the house and they break it out
yeah.
there.
And so just for comparison though, so far this year, they've spent $855. And I think they lined up at $1,015 as the expected annual cost. So if we said that's for 2 and turn it into 3, that would be $1,500.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable if you want to drop it down to 1,500, that would be fine. And if that happens, and then we could revisit it next year, and, if it was some more, it's more. If it's less, it's less, but I think that'd be at least a good start.
And then the equipment was for tables and chairs, so what can we do in terms of gently used equipment to?
Even gently used equipment, I still foresee that number being at least there. I mean, just stuff is so expensive now to buy a table is, $300, even if you're buying a gently used table.
What about like folding tables? That kind of table? You can get those at Sam's for $80.
The previous chief did that, and then to come find out you can't write on them because they're textured on the top. So they're all over at the town hall that the fire department already bought once. So you have to buy a quality table. You can't buy just a plastic table because you can't find a plastic table that has smooth top on it, so you have to buy.
We can buy a lot of clipboards.
If you want to operate off a clipboard and all
Well,
that,
to write
that's
on,
fine.
I mean, buy them clipboards to write on.
Then that's fine. We could take that to 0.
Well,
We
is
don't-
0
we
the
don't-
right number?
We don't need to, well, we might as well cut the stuff, and we got tables over there
Yeah,
now.
tables, okay.
We got tables and chairs over there now, it's just that it's not, they're just junk tables. Again, the tables were bought 4 years ago to replace, or 5 years ago to replace all those tables, and they ended up being the wrong tables. So they're all up at the town hall now. They were donated to the town hall, and we never got tables again.
Well, if we do that, are we creating a problem for town hall?
What do you mean?
If we take the tables back from town hall?
We can't use them. We can't use them. If you're trying to write on a piece of paper, it's impossible. They're textured on the top of the table. So, it's, again, and the tables are not only used for, I mean, they're just not gonna be brought out for the EOC. I mean, we use those if we have functions, if we have open houses, if we have whatever we have for the fire department, they're being used. So, they're used in multiple times or for multiple things.
So we have other tables we could use,
There's tables there now, yes.
so we don't need this at all.
What's that?
We potentially don't need this at all. The 3,000 for tables and chairs.
Like I said, if you want to take that out of there, I'm trying to upgrade so we can replace stuff that's aged and broken, and it's just a, reflection of the department, I guess.
How many tables do you need? How many tables do you need, chief?
Folding tables, 10.
Thoughts on this one?
Well, I'm equipping a room myself at work, and there's a huge difference between what tables you buy. I don't know what a folding table is. I know I was looking for kitchen tables, and they're the $300-400 range, and I looked at conference room tables, so I could have less tables, and they were like $1,200, because they had the hole cut out for the telephone cord to come through, so.
Right.
Depends
You-
on the
you
table.
buy-
I'm
buy-
for you having decent.
You buy something, a folding table is the cheapest way to go. You start buying training tables that fold up and can roll out of the way and stuff like that. Those are, they're like $400 or $500 a piece, and that's on the cheap end of things.
Yeah, I did find
You
that.
know, we don't need chairs, we got plenty of chairs, I think they're okay.
Well, I'm in favor of letting buy some, especially if you're not getting the full-plated ones. I do know that, if you need 10 tables, that's probably about right, because you get by with a few less this year and get a few next year.
Yeah, but
Right.
given that it's a
Your ch-
one-time purchase, do we
Your
want to?
chairs are all right for now.
Yes, yep.
Sorry.
And again, throughout my entire budget, I'm not trying to do everything. It's just, I'm trying to at least get the ball rolling with some of this stuff, because none of this stuff has been done.
I know that's where we used to take class and stuff, so that room used to get used quite a bit over there, so.
And it does. We have meetings in there. There's fire department. When I say fire department meetings, there's meetings that I have from like the Fire Chiefs Association or whatever. There's meetings in there that happen that, we have tables that look like they've been through World War I and beyond. And it's just, it comes down to having a little bit of pride too, and showing that in your station. And they're all mixed match tables and stuff like that, Again, they were purchased, they were just the wrong ones, and that was 5 years ago, and we never did anything after that.
So if this line continues to be funded, it's basically a one-time purchase though, isn't it? So does it really belong here in the budget? Is there a more appropriate other line for it as a one-time purchase?
Well, that's, the equipment, that's just, I'm not sure of what else we would need. As we go along, I don't know if there would be other stuff that we would need for that, EOC or not. I'm not sure. Again, like the internet stuff is taken care of. We start doing the phones. The fire department we have similar to this here. So we have on a whiteboard, interactive whiteboard and stuff like that. So that stuff's still working. Would 3,000 buy everything we need? I don't know. I guess it would have to be, you know, if not, we'd finish up next year or something and do, you know, try to take it out in little chunks, and then once the tables are there, I mean, they'll probably be there for the next 15 years or so, so I'd imagine the line would be able to be reduced down to $100 or something if we have to buy something.
I think what I would be most comfortable with is doing a 1,000 one-time line, and then as you make this initial purchase and you start actually not using it, because you know, you won't truly use it unless there's an emergency, but once you understand, like, okay, we have the phone lines, we have the new plan, I'm gonna mix them up, but the plan that we have being worked on right now and the one that you've asked for to go forward with, and over 2025, understand like, okay, this is how it's going to be used, and then come into 26 and say, we have been there, we've been in the room, this is truly what we need when something is going on. Because right now, to me, it feels like there's a lot of theoretical, that it's hard for me to justify going all the way. I'd rather just see how 25 goes with, like I say, at the beginning of 1,000.
Thoughts?
Well, I'd like you plenty to get tables, but again, I don't know. I don't know what that is, so. You don't really wanna half do something either. I guess we'll do it or not do it, I guess, in my opinion, as far as going half chairs and half the tables.
I'm just picturing, if we have places people can sit, we have tables today, it may be a year of, okay, we're rolling this out. Again, we're finally getting the plans updated. We're gonna understand the chain of command, like nail all that down, and then say, great, now we truly understand, oh, we need a table in this corner. We need two
For
tables
this.
back to back because these people need to talk to each other. And then, once that's like an actual picture drawn, so to speak, then understand this is what we need to purchase.
Or to be better, or maybe individual desks, so
Sure.
there's actually some storage underneath
Might
them
be.
rather than just a
Yeah.
table.
I guess as long, thoughts of you, the one-time purchase line, is that possible, or is there a reason not do that, Beth, or?
I mean, it would be a good end of year, take it out of next year's budget if it's a one-time.
That way we wouldn't be creating a 3,000 every year line, you know, that would get forgot about later. I'd spend $3,000 out of a one-time purchase line is what I. I'm okay with 3,000, 2,000, whatever, I just, if it was no big deal, then you wanted to switch it to a one-time purchase line, and that would just make it easier next year. And if you say I still need 5 more tables, well, then come in with a $500 one-time purchase next year, right? Is that kinda what you were thinking?
Right, but we were just at 0 a second ago, and that didn't
Right.
feel right either.
Right.
3,000 doesn't feel right, 0 doesn't feel right, so that's where I ended up at 1,000.
Well, I'd say it's an incremental move toward getting a fully functional OEC, EOC rather. So I'd say we start with 1,000. And safety med gear, that's been in the budget for the past 4 years. I know you're now going to have an EOC that you didn't have in those prior years more formally. What is that going to be used for? What's your vision there?
I do not have any vision on that.
So no plans to spend it?
Nope.
So if we,
I don't really know what you could buy for $200 anyways. But
it's $1
some
in case
vest,
we need to
some
change it
vest that
later.
says that you're in the EOC.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on emergency? Fire? So we asked earlier to do a bottoms up on the overtime and call force, and I think you also have a stipend or two, maybe? No? Part-time, you have part-time. So, if you could do a bottoms up on those three.
So you mean keep them the same?
No, I mean, come back to us with justifying every dollar in there.
What, look, can you give me a line number
I
specifically,
certainly
please?
can. 313,
Okay,
316,
yep,
and 317.
okay.
We've already talked about fuel overall. And
I'm sorry, before we move on too far, I just want to maybe volunteer Chief Moore for maybe assisting in how to go about doing the analysis of those different line items for
yeah, I think
fire as
he,
well.
I think Beth said he's already got that, so I don't think he's got an issue. He just wanted to make sure he knew which line numbers we were asking for. But if so, I'm sure Chief Moore would be more than willing to help. And then, we talked about telephone and internet that you might be switching, so do you have any thoughts on the default versus the proposed for those two lines? I'm now on 325
324?
and 324 and 325, yes.
Okay, the 325 is our internet connection. That also does all of all of the iPads, everything, internet connection at the ambulances and stuff like that. That really can't change, because that's vital to what we do. We get a lot of stuff over internet based as far as going on calls, information, routes, hydrants, locations, updates, everything. Dispatch updates us through that.
Okay, so how much are you paying a month for that service? in total for
406,
internet?
the 461 a month is what our current is. That's over in the column there. That's for internet. As far as the telephone, the 6,000 and 8,000, it was proposed 8,000 just because right now we're at 6,900 and it's not, and we haven't gotten the final bill yet. So I mean, we might be able to drop that down 1,000 or cut 1,000 out of that. And because I just don't know if we will, I don't know, I guess I'll have to wait to see what the voice over IP comes through. You know, I don't think I'd want to cut that down. Because if that doesn't come to fruition,
Okay, so you'd be okay right now with 7,000?
yeah, if you want to cut that, sure. I mean, we're at 7,000 now, but we'll see what happens, I guess.
And dues and mileage. The mileage is being
What-
doubled, but
what
you haven't
line
been
are you
using
at?
it. That one is 335.
335,
And the
okay.
one above it is dues.
Yep.
So we're doubling mileage that we're not even using the base default number on. Why?
When I had talked to the officers, it was just that there's more people going to training now, and if we can't supply a fire department vehicle for them to use, then we have to reimburse them for mileage if they're going somewhere on department business.
Your expenses year-to-date for that line is $18.
Yep.
So even if you doubled it, it'd still be under the 50. That was in the default.
Why don't we just keep it at 50?
And the line above it, what is that for? And
Fire dues, that's all professional organizations that the town belongs to, the fire department belongs to, Southwest Mutual Aid. You know, we're involved with other, agencies throughout the state that we have dues to pay.
So those are all actual numbers that
Those
come
are
up
all,
with the
that's the actual
1370?
number. That's,
And I know you've explained this at least once to us before, but could you explain intercepts again?
and the intercepts is when we do not have a paramedic on duty. We do have ALS, but they're not at a paramedic level. And that we need to call for a paramedic. And the current rate now is between $500 and $600 to get a paramedic out of another town. Like if we call and Concord meets us or something and they hop on board, that they charge the town. Or if we go to, for instance, the other route and go to Goffstown and we pick up a paramedic in Goffstown or Bedford, we get charged for that.
Okay. Your staffing model, though, is not to have a non-paramedic on duty, correct?
That is correct. We are not there yet. We're about halfway there.
Which lines up with the year-to-date expenses and last year even. So is that something we could reduce closer to that 3,000 range?
Yeah, we can. Sure.
Do we cut it in half or go to 3,000?
I heard 3.
Okay.
Hazmat supplies, we talked about gas meters,
Mhm.
I believe, and remind me how much those were and how many?
They're roughly $1,000 a piece. And I'm trying to, be able to buy, at least two a year to try to get on some type of rotation plan with that. We normally have 8, we're down to 2. Pretty vital piece of equipment if we're going out.
And when you talked about it before, you described it as if somebody calls you and says, I smell gas in my house.
If their CO detector's going off in their house,
Right.
yes. Yep. Or smell gas, because they're for gas, they do a bunch
Yeah.
of stuff, yep.
So in that scenario, that doesn't seem to justify 4 of these. So are they used for more than that?
Well, we have one on each piece of equipment, because you never know what you're gonna be out on. And if there's multiple calls and you get a call,
But I guess that's my point is,
we don't share a gas meter, in other words. We don't have one gas meter that we just take on and bring along with us everywhere we go. Each vehicle is outfitted with a gas meter.
But could you have a pool that when you head out to a call, they pick
If
that
you're
up
on
as
the
part of their
road, if
ball?
you're on the road and you
Well-
don't have it, then what do you do?
Just as in general, when you're heading out of the station,
Yep,
that's part of this bag that you just pick up and it's in there.
that's not,
It's not
that's not,
feasible?
that's not conducive, you can't, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. Each of these vehicles had, I'm not adding any. If anything, I think I got rid of one. But again, I'm not asking to replace all of them, I'm asking just to replace 2.
Okay, so that'd
And-
be
and-
$2,000.
Well, okay, that's $2,000, there's other hazmat stuff that we buy in that. One thing that we still need to buy that we don't have is the bus company went over to all electronic or I shouldn't say they went all over, but they have some electric buses. We don't have the proper equipment if something was to happen with one of those, so we have to purchase some high voltage gloves, and all that stuff has expiration dates on it. The bottle of gas, for instance, I think I mentioned that we test the meters with when they have to be tested. That's only good for a year. It's $280 just for that one bottle of gas. Looks like a propane cylinder. Again, and I've mentioned this and I'll keep mentioning it, there's nothing in place to replace any of the equipment. I might also add that we've been default, which everyone knows. The year, just so you guys know, the year that the budget passed, the fire department gave back $30,000 that year. Gave back 30 grand. So we're not only behind the eight ball, we're behind the eight ball plus $30,000 that we chopped off the budget. That was the Board of Fireworks who chopped off the budget.
Yeah. Well,
So-
I'm not arguing with any of your justifications. I'm just gonna state this for trying to remember the big picture, that we have to get a budget passed in order to get this stuff. And if we don't
Absolutely,
get a budget
absolutely.
that people will vote for, then you're not gonna get any of it.
And that's unfortunately where we
Well,
are.
I guess that's very unfortunate
It is.
because
But
we won't
what
have
can
any
we
meters
do?
to,
What can we do to
you get a
make sure
CO
that,
call.
what can we do to make sure that we get a budget that passes? That's what we're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
One
think-
that meets
I-
the needs of what we're
Right,
supposed to
I
serve
mean,
the public
I
for.
don't think honestly that this budget, looking at it, is too crazy out of line since these figures haven't moved since like 2018. Some of these numbers haven't moved since 2011, and we didn't even have a full-time department.
Well, this one, you're asking for going from $250 to $3,500. That is movement.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, because we haven't done anything in 6 years, 7 years. And you have to keep up with this equipment, you have to have that investment in it.
I
'Cause
know you already
otherwise
said, but how much are your meters a piece?
$1,100 a
A
piece.
piece, okay. Thank you.
And they're only good for 2 years?
Five. They have a 5-year, shelf life, and the ones we have now, they're 9, 10 years old.
So why replace 2 every year?
That's because that's all that I thought that the department could afford. Believe me, I'd like to replace more and have them on a more definite cycle. Again, I'm just trying to ease into this because we're so far behind the eight ball because nothing's ever been done. So,
So when you say 2 a year, it's not 2 a year in perpetuity, it's, you want to do 2 this year, 2,
correct.
So what is
Correct.
that-
I just want 2 this year and we'll see where that goes and then get into some type of, again, replacement cycle every 5-6 years. I don't mind going over if the meters go over a year or 2. I'm
What's
working
the-
with 10-year-old meters now.
What's the total number you need again?
8 is what we have,
with Clockville?
I'm just thinking 2 a
and we're
year
down to
would-
2.
Would give him that ability to cycle through them.
Right. I think that's reasonable. I'd be all right seeing how it flies this year. That gives him 1,300 for other things like the gloves and whatever else comes hazmat, and then 2 meters a year. If you're not spending that, we can cut it down to just a little bit next year, but,
Right. I mean,
or you could buy
eventually, it'll
a
be-
third meter and get,
It'll be probably way past me, but, eventually maybe it would be just buy 1 meter a year, and it would be, maybe $1,500 a year or something in that account. But we gotta start somewhere, we gotta get somewhere, we gotta start
But wouldn't
somewhere.
that be year 3? Wouldn't that be, you want 2 this year, you want 2 next year, and now you've hit your 5th year in the 5-year cycle?
Yeah, but he needs 8.
Yeah.
Wants,
Total,
if it says he
total is
wants,
8, he wants 4 now. He got a total of 8.
but he's not asking for 4 now.
That's
Correct.
for
Yeah,
two.
he's asking,
He-
I'm sorry.
He said he was thinking 5 and brought it down to 4 total. The pie in the sky the other day was 7 or 8. So that's where I'm confused. 2 a year should go 2, 2, 1, and then start cycling 1.
Correct. Correct. I think you're reading that wrong. It says need 4 gas meters, not for the quantity.
What's the number 4?
It's 4, that 4 means that it meters 4 different gases.
Okay.
It's not, I'm sorry, the wording in that's wrong.
It's a four
Or
dash.
it's a 4 gas meter. I'm not looking for 4 meters. I'm just looking for 2. Like you said, 2, 2, and then you could go 1, you know, you could start again cycling them out, whatever that is. I haven't even gotten that far yet.
But earlier you said you were thinking 5 and brought it down to 4.
No, we need 8.
Okay, I'm gonna go to tape on that one. As soon as I get home.
No, we need 8.
Okay.
I think you were saying there was a 5-year cycle.
It's a
Why-
5-year,
Oh, I-
it's
that
a
was
5-year
also-
cycle, and it's a 4 gas meter.
Okay.
So again, then the reason why I was asking for 2 is for this year, again, kind of just getting things going. But we have 2 right now that are reliable, but they're well over the age that they should have been replaced. And I just want something to be able to be reliable. So when I go to someone's house and I walk in and their CO meter's going off, I could honestly say and feel safe letting them and their kids or whatever back in the house and know that that's the reading and not be relying on a meter that should have been replaced 6 years ago, you know?
Right, I think I remember you saying these were like from 2008 or some,
Yeah,
someplace quite a, quite a
Yeah,
few
I
years.
mean, they're well past their lifespan. And true, we could put a new sensor in them, which we have done, but it's kind of putting good money into something really
The sen-
old.
The sensors come out of that same line?
Yes, yep.
So why is the expense only 547 right now? You say you replaced 3 this year?
Because they probably came out of they probably got tagged in the fire equipment line or something instead.
So 2's $2,200. I'm good with placing 2 a year for now. That puts 1,300 on the table for other things. Do we want to go with that, lessen that up a little? We've certainly heard about him and his opinion of the need of them, so decide if
So leave it
that's.
at 3,500.
I'm okay with it, unless somebody else has a different opinion. I definitely think we ought to have something in there for other supplies, which I guess I don't know what that is, and I'm good with the 2-year rotation for now. That's for 4 years, at least to get these 8. Revisit it at year 4.
Yeah, like I said, and then Salem said, you know, I mean, you're gonna get to that point where you can replace like 1 a year. But and I know that's gonna take multiple years to get there, and that's fine. But that's hopefully where we get to that point.
Yep.
So we don't have to spend this amount of money just to kind of play catch up.
So Benji's proposing leave it as is. At 3,500, increase from 250.
So it's basically where I got it visualized in my head is, because if you're gonna promise you're gonna buy 2 meters for $2,200, then really the increase is from, what, 250 to,
Yeah, I mean, clearly the
Hang on just a minute, I'm doing
$250
math.
doesn't, I mean, like I had stated before initially when I came a couple weeks ago, I mean, the $250 doesn't even buy the bottle of gas that I have to test the meters with.
yeah, no, I got that.
You know?
I got that. So it's, an increase from $250 to $1,300 for other things, I guess.
Again, yep, the gloves alone, I think the gloves were, I wanna say $400 or $500. They have a year lifespan. You could have them tested for $250. They'll give you another 6 months on the gloves, and then after that, you have to throw them away because they're not certified anymore. And that's equipment that we need to, again, some of the stuff that we get or we buy is insurance. And that's just the way it is. I mean, if something was to happen, we're expected to do our job, and we need to have that equipment to be able to do it, so. That would be in that hazmat line also.
So if you think your sensors came out of the fire equipment, can we take that back down to 5,500?
What line are you on?
You said you thought it may have come out of equipment repair, line 741, Excel line 362.
Oh, here we go, okay. 362. Oh, you're dropping that down to 5,500?
Right.
Sure, I could do that, absolutely.
So, still here in 341 stays at 3,500, correct?
Yeah, I don't wanna rehash the conversation. I came in kind of with that same thought of why can't you have a pool, and I don't understand why it won't just work, but I'm not gonna,
Okay.
in the minority.
We've only been spending about $1,000 average a year for the last 2 years on oxygen cylinders, but yet we're asking for 2,400. Why?
Just the anticipation of increased call volume, that would be the only thing I would think of. I mean, it's been $2,400 for, I don't have anything going back to see past 2024 on my sheet here to see what it was in the past years, if it's gone over.
We have, so going forward from 2020, it's 1,800, about 2,500, about, we'll call it 13, 900, 1,500.
Okay. So what's the,
The average of those 5 is 1,600.
okay, so you wanna put that at 1,600?
So, yeah.
Office supplies, same question.
Yeah, I mean, I just, when I explained that to you before, just the cost of an office chair, is, I mean, when office supply, that's what that also means, and that's why I put FF&E.
So office, some miscellaneous office equipment are purchased out of the supplies line.
Correct.
Such as chairs.
Correct. I mean, like I told you guys, I mean, I bought my own office chair. Assistant chief bought his own office chair. I really don't think that I should be buying my office furniture for the town of Ware. But I did, because we didn't have any money in that account to do it,
So you just take it, leave it, and leave.
and I need a chair.
You've been spending about an average of $1,000, so,
772.
okay.
That's the average.
So 1,000 would be a substantial increase as well. Anybody object to 1,000?
Nope.
Nope.
What line number was that? I'm sorry.
That
Sorry.
was 344. postage is at 150, but you haven't been spending that, so can we move it back down to closer to what you've been spending?
I anticipate the postage going up again. We are starting to, in the last couple of months or whatever, we're sending out more and more of our comment cards and stuff like that.
So the highest in the last 5 years has been $73.
Okay. So what would you propose that drop down to?
Somewhere maybe 100?
Sure.
And we talked about protective clothing before.
Mhm.
So is that, I'm not saying I don't want protective clothing and that you guys shouldn't be safe. Is this a reasonable go-forward plan so that we don't have a spike in 2025 for this line?
Is it reasonable? Is that what you?
Yeah, so that there's not a spike in 2025 and then this goes to 0 in 2026 or some reduced number.
Yeah, I see this staying at $25,000 for the foreseeable future. At least the next 3 years, 4 years.
So this will be some sort of rotation plan to get old stuff out, new stuff in?
Yeah, yeah,
Kind of
absolutely.
like your gas meters, a little bit out this year and some new. This isn't all at once?
Not all at once.
Okay.
Nope.
This is, as we discussed, this was the full protective gear that you would wear.
This is our structural firefighting gear that
Yeah.
we wear.
Approximately how many sets does that buy, roughly?
5.
5. Okay.
And that would be 5 if that's all I bought,
Right, no, I understand.
you know? I
No, I
mean, we
understand.
buy, probably realistically, we'll probably be able to buy maybe 3 sets.
Yep.
Because we have boots, you have helmets, you have gloves, you have hoods, you have all the other protective stuff.
No, as
that
long as
we
there's
have.
some sort of rotation thought process there, and it wasn't just a number, I'm good with it.
Yeah, no, this is to, again, start replacing the gear that's out of date. So we have proper fitting gear and in compliance gear with our folks.
The 8,500 for physicals and immunizations, is that any room to pare that down for 2025 and even that out going forward?
What line are we on?
351.
Yeah, 351. I mean, we could possibly reduce the proposed to 8,000 instead of the 8,500.
In fire prevention, you spent almost 1,500 this year, which is a lot more than you've been spending in prior years. So what accounts for the additional 500?
Well, the additional 500 is because I ended up taking money out of other budget lines to get what we needed to do. We're doing more daycares, more school, more kids, more everything. The price of stuff has gone up.
So what do you actually give away? Just what kinds of things? What do you,
helmets.
what,
Well, there's helmets, coloring books, stuff like that, stickers, pens, whatever, whatever they do, snap bracelets. It changes every year. Sometimes the stuff is geared to what Fire Prevention Week is. Fire prevention, just don't think of fire prevention as being, the just all kids stuff. Fire prevention's also, going over and You know, talking to the folks over, the older folks, and, you know, supplying smoke detectors and stuff like that. I mean, sometimes we get detectors like we just did, through the fire marshal's office. We'll get 10 detectors or something like that. But other than that, you know, we end up buying those, and that comes out of that fire prevention line. Last year we had an open house, this year we didn't, but we'd like to continue that, and that would come out of that line also. So there's a lot of stuff that comes out of that fire prevention line besides just stuff for the kids.
So some of it's community outreach, some of it is
Oh, absolutely, yeah, yeah.
other equipment.
I know I'm gonna sound like a Scrooge, but with the 3 little kids, I wish, not just fire, but I wish across the board they had less stuff handed to them. Cause then that's all stuff that comes home, and then I have to take it to the dump, within a month or so. And, we pay for that too. That's another line item on here. So, yeah, I see that, and I'm like, man, well, can we,
Well, I would say to that, I wouldn't be, you know, I mean, I don't know, when I was a kid, it was great to get something from the fire department, fire prevention week, of course, I was into that. You know, I understand, you know, probably 90% of the plastic fire helmets we give out probably don't make it home in one piece, but, you got one? See? But I think if we ever went in there and didn't have anything for the kids to hand out,
I'm not really proposing that, but when you
know.
said helmets and slap bracelets and coloring books.
I'm just,
like,
there's a plethora of different stuff. I mean, not every kid gets a fire helmet. It depends on what age group we're going to, you know. I mean, we go to daycares and stuff like that. We're not giving those kids out
Okay.
slap bracelets or something. I'm generalizing what
Yeah.
some of the stuff is that we
Yeah, I think we
get,
get the gist of what it is.
you know. If-
We're at 500 in the default, you're asking for 2,000. Can we level that out any? So that it's not as much of a spike in 2025?
Well, if we do that at 1,500, is that better?
Everything helps. Books and updates went up by $80 from 520 to 600, but you haven't been spending the 520, so you've been spending less than that. Do you need the extra 80?
Yes, because we have added on Adobe Pro to a couple of the desktops, so that comes in under that.
That doesn't, you don't have a software line for that?
Oh, I'm sorry, what are we on? What line are we doing? Three?
Books and updates.
350.
Oh,
354.
354. That is, if there's any increase in that, that was, the books are NFPA books that are all online now. So that's a subscription to that. We don't have physical books anymore, everything is online.
And therefore more expensive.
And by the way, that is shared with the building inspector, so we all have access to that, but we pay for it.
So what's the actual cost of it?
I don't have that right in front of me.
Because this year you've only spent $428.
I would have to look. I could get back to you on it.
We jumped over vehicle maintenance, which default is 19,000, ask is 25. The average over the last 5 years has been 20,400. Is that something we can split the difference on?
Well, I'm gonna be over this year. Well over.
So we have numbers as of November 30th at 14,400.
Yeah, that's almost probably, well, I have another, that's gonna be gone. It's gonna be gone. I have a set of tires that I'm putting on one of the trucks now. It's over $3,000. I have engine 2 that didn't pass a pump test, which is probably gonna be another, I don't even know how much to pull the pump out of that. At least I would think probably $5,000 just to do that one truck. And I'm assuming that's gonna be out of next year, but,
Is that the 1980s truck?
no, actually, the truck that needs the pump work is a 2012, is our best truck we have. So, and just the cost of everything is going up. I mean, Jason does a great job of trying to keep the stuff down, but the cost of parts go up, the cost of tires go up, brakes, everything. I mean, I had to put brakes in one of the ambulances now, had the front brakes went on the thing, so I don't even know how much that's gonna be. Added on to the $3,000 for tires. So I would say that budget line for this year is gonna be overspent already.
So that would, the 3,000 would take you to 17,400, which would say you'd have 1,600 left.
The
So
1,600 is not even
minus
gonna touch repairing the pump.
But you said the pump was gonna end up next year, I thought.
Yeah, yep.
So 1,600 for brakes would take you to the line, I don't know, you know.
Yeah, I mean, again, I mean, we can have a year that everything goes great, and we can have a year that we have to rebuild a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and
No,
I'm not arguing.
No, I know what you're
For a
saying.
no increase, it's just, it's going up 33%. It's, the chair keeps using the word spike, and that's,
So how about if we brought that to 23? Would that be better?
I was hoping to split the difference at 22 and do 3 out of 6.
22.5.
21.
Going once.
Oh, you're losing now.
Okay, 22.
Thank you.
Training fees, 10,000 to 18,000.
Again, just like it said, and I had mentioned before, the fire academy is offering less and less and less training. I have to send the people out to be trained, and most of the time it's out of state because there's nowhere in the state of New Hampshire to get trained. So just the cost of that is going up, and where we used to be able to send someone to the fire academy and it cost the department $500, that same class is now costing $2,500. Because we're not affiliated naturally, but I think that's something on the state level that our state reps need to be demanding more of, is there's more classes and stuff like that are happening out of there, because that's what ends up boiling down. The towns have to bear the brunt of that.
You mentioned like not being affiliated. Are there any other kind of organizations that you could join that might help absorb some of that?
Not in New Hampshire. Not in New Hampshire, unfortunately. They used to have one place over towards Keene was Meadowwood Fire, and they offered classes there that were pro board or were able to be certified, but that has since closed down. We do try going back on one of the other things you mentioned, like I mentioned the memberships, I think, and I said we belong to like South Egan. That's one of the benefits that we get for belonging to that, is if some type of training comes up that they're offering, we get in there at a decent price because we're in that organization, so it actually saves us some money. But a lot of the stuff that the folks need now they have to go out of state. And if someone wants to go, not that I know for sure that someone wants to go, but if someone wants to go to paramedic school, that alone is like $13,000 to go to paramedic school now. So, right, that would be a huge chunk right out of that.
This might be a Beth question. That line is called Education Service Contract. What is the contract part of that?
Yeah, I think you're on the wrong line.
Did I move?
You moved, you're on 355. But to answer your question, educational service contract, that is what we pay, we have an outside EMS, medical teacher company who comes in and teaches us every other month, and that's their contract for that.
Thank you. Yeah,
And
scroll back and forth. My notes on the wrong line.
The increase of that was just his contract increase.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other services for that educating, that education, that you could look at, possibly lower cost?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Are there any other options for that line for a contractor?
We have gone through a couple of contractors before, and this one is the best. It suits us the best. The contractor that we have now offers something that's kind of unique, and is if that someone misses, if you miss the training, he has other contracts with other area departments, and that person can go and sit in that other department and pick up that education and not miss it and be able to keep up on their certifications.
So if this is a contract, then shouldn't the default budget be adjusted to accommodate that contract expense?
It's an agreement, it's not a signed contract, it's just an agreement. You can stop any day. We're not obligated.
Sorry, I used the wrong.
No, I do, I use it as interchange for it all the
language.
time, so.
We've had the same person for as long as I can remember,
Might want to put them on a contract so it goes against the default.
prior to me.
So I'll ask the same question on these equipment lines. Is there anything that can be done to level these more so that there's less of a spike for 2025?
Which line were you looking at specifically? I know the regular
359,
equipment, like
361,
361.
362, 363. They all have, most of them have increases. I think all but one. So is there anything that can be done to level this out from 2025?
Yeah, the 361, equipment,
Which has a 5-year average of 3,125.
I'm sorry, how much?
3,125.
361?
361.
and that was how back, how far?
5 years.
5 years?
And the default's 5,500 and you're asking for 15,000.
I would be okay dropping that down to 10.
Any lower?
No.
I'm gonna make similar arguments going up 2 lines, really from everything, not uniforms, but everything, the 5 lines below uniforms. Radio equipment, the average over the last 5 years, 462, default 3,600, ask 7,000.
Right? Yep. Yep, because we have to start replacing stuff. You're saying the last 5 years, and in the last 5 years, there's been 3 different chiefs who didn't do anything as far as replacing stuff. And I'm trying to, again, as I
We
reiterated.
did hear you when you said that last time. I
Yeah.
swear we did hear that.
And-
But
and-
is there anything that can be done to level load these so that it's not all in 2025? Is there?
I don't think so, because we really went on kind of the thin side of things when we proposed these numbers.
Or can any of these be moved to one time? So that we're not sticking with a spike forever, which is then gonna hit compounding interest forever.
It's,
I was gonna ask this at the end, but is there anything that can be purchased out of the ambulance billing fund or anything that's more of a consumable that we can use that fund for appropriately?
no, because the fund now is the way it's balanced out with buying the equipment that we're buying. If we keep tapping into that fund, it's gonna go negative. And the way it works out right now, we're keeping a positive balance in there.
So, but isn't it working then that let's see, there was an item, like some of these where the equipment ends up going into the ambulance. I thought there was a distinct line for that.
Well, there's medical equipment, yes,
So,
or whatever, but that's like needles and
yeah,
all that, that's consumables that's not a hard piece.
but but just playing out the way the money works, so we get the taxpayers, we ask them for this, they buy the needle, somebody calls the ambulance, you go there, you use the needle on that person, you bill insurance, or we understand that sometimes they can't pay, but we get paid for that needle, but that money then goes into the ambulance fund, right?
Correct.
And so the taxpayer money is being reimbursed, not back to where it came from, but to a different source.
I guess in a roundabout way, yeah,
We only get revenue for transport.
right.
So if you're using needles and
Okay.
without transporting, we have to pay for that out of the operating budget. So if the ambulance goes and uses medical gear on a patient without transporting them, there's no revenue coming in. We have to
Okay.
supply all that.
I would be interested to see that breakdown, I guess, or even just a rough number, like, yeah, what's on a call volume, how many of those end up being transports and how many don't, even just roughly?
I would say at least 2/3 would be a transport, because, I mean, we go on calls and don't transport for sure, you know? I mean, it could be a little bit more than that.
Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I had, we touched equipment already, but it's the same for all of them, equipment repair. I'm sorry, not equipment repair,
Fire equipment repair.
Maintenance?
maintenance is one that's going, but really, they're all under, equipment repair is not going up, but if you're under, I understand you're going up, but you're not, I can see going up to what the default is, but you're going up even beyond that. And that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Well, I gotta say that we've used money elsewhere in some of the other lines that we've gone over to, you know, bolster up lines that were not funded enough this year. You know, there's a lot of stuff that's negative in my account now, and I had to pull that money from somewhere else, so if that means if something doesn't get bought, or if I don't have enough money to buy it, you know, at the end of the year, we'll see how much money I have left to buy stuff. I don't think it's gonna be a whole lot, for sure. So, you know, some of the lines, some of the lines you look at and you're like, well, it's $5,000 in the line, but you only spent $1,000 in that, with that, is because I had to use that, that money's being used somewhere else to fund something else that needs to get done.
I don't see that here though in the data, because the default budget is $1.363 million. You've only spent 1.118. So there's 200,000 under the default.
You should be looking at the approved budget though.
Right. So, but he's even under the
Right.
default.
No, I don't disagree, but
And
Well,
so he spent
I
1.18, wants to do certain things. I get that there's certain things you want to do on top of what you've been doing in 2024. But you're asking for almost $800,000 more. That's a lot for the taxpayers to absorb all at once.
How much of that is personnel costs? How much is that, how much
I'm
is?
just looking at the number.
Well, I know, but there's stuff that's above
No.
and beyond me.
Yeah,
And,
I know
and
that, yeah.
to say that it's that amount of money, yes, it is, but to, you know.
Insurance is driving some of that
do
as well.
Do the things that I have control over,
It's just a lot. It's a lot for the taxpayers to try to ask them to absorb. So,
well, I'm just trying to be as truthful with the taxpayers as possible and just tell them that, you know, we try our best, but again, like I said before, you know, I wouldn't expect to put my people in a situation where they're doing, so where their equipment is unsafe. And I'm just trying to do this little by little. And I'm sorry that maybe there's been a facade that the fire department has been fine for the last 5 years, but clearly it has not, because there's been nothing in place for the last 5 years. You guys have figures going back in front of you further than that. And clearly, stuff wasn't purchased when it was supposed to be purchased, and there was no thought, no direction in that, and I'm trying to change that, that's all.
and I completely respect and understand that, but is there any way we can smooth any of it out so that it's not all in 2025 as far as, I know, and I don't really mean all in 2025, I mean as much as there is in 2025.
I mean, I can certainly go back and talk to the
Would you
chiefs
please?
and see. I mean, some of the stuff is vital to our operation, and we're hanging on by a thread right now with the stuff that we have.
We need your help to try and smooth this out as much as we can.
Any other questions, comments?
I just want to state, you know, nobody's thinking of cutting your budget at all from where you are. It's just a matter of not increasing as much as was originally asked.
Well, I hope that it wouldn't be cut,
And that's.
for
no,
sure,
that's not-
because we'd be going way backwards doing that.
Okay.
Again, if we don't cut enough, then we're just gonna be on the default for everybody.
Right, and that's not gonna be any help to you at all, zero.
It will not be a help for the public either.
Right.
That is
But as far as your budget and trying to get done what you want to achieve, it's not gonna help to be on a default. Not at all.
I'm concerned with safety for my folks.
That's why we're asking you, just take a look. Is there
I
anything
will,
that you
I
can
will,
do?
I will take a look.
Okay. Anything else for the chief?
The forest fires. Is that, if we could do forest fires and,
What page you on, Sam? What's,
I
Eight.
don't know, I'm scrolling.
8, it's on page 8, okay.
Yeah, that was on page 8.
I was thinking if we could jump down to forest fires, jump down to,
Equipment?
animal control.
Okay. Forest fires, I had, wages and salary.
Staying up
Yeah.
anyway, right?
It's gonna be up anyway, so.
It's not doing anything else.
Oh, it's not? I just figured it was still snowing. Okay. Raining? Ugh. Who is that for forest fires and what's the number of hours?
That would be me. Since I'm the forest fire warden for the town, I don't know why the expenses are just $478. Is that, you know,
So that's not covered under your already duties?
Right there on the floor, so.
Wait, what's the question, Chief?
Forest fire, line 394. I asked, who is that and how many hours? And he said it's him, but he doesn't know why it was only 478 for 2024 expense.
Oh, because he was actually went to, it said when he went to part-time. Before it was included in his full-time wages.
you had a question on 401 while she's looking at up the equipment. Did you have any question on that? The forest fire equipment? Because
Yeah,
that was nothing before.
Right.
And that's a huge increase.
right. So we haven't spent anything and all of a sudden we're asking for $5,000. So what is that for?
Because we have to replace forestry hose. I've lost, I would say, probably at least 10 lengths of forestry hose.
Out of how many?
Out of how many? I don't know the exact figure on that.
And when you say lost, you mean they're not operable, they're
They're
not
not
actually
operable,
lost?
they have holes in them.
Okay.
They're more of a soaker sprinkler hose now.
Is this the mice?
Nope,
Is it
nope.
other hose?
That's buying that hose, that was 16 lengths of hose that we lost at $300, $400 a length. And that's in the fire equipment line budget. But this is forest fire hose. We do not get forest fire hose tested. They do not test it. So it ends up just coming up that, when we're using it, if it blows or bursts, it blows or bursts. So. Again, just trying to replace some hose.
What's the approximate cost per length?
About $200. They're 100-foot lengths of hose. So again, we have not tested all of our hose. That's something that I hope that we're able to do in the next year, is start testing our forestry hose. Again, that's not when we pay for our testing for hose testing, they do not do it. So, we may have stuff that sits in a bag for a year and then gets used and it has holes in it. I mean, our largest brush fire we had, you said how much hose we had? We probably had about 12,000 feet of hose out in the woods. So we have quite a bit of hose, but if we don't replace it, again, we're back into that
So is
vicious
this
cycle.
a one-time thing, or do you think you're gonna ask for 5,000 every year for
I
perpetuity?
I would say the 5,000 this year would probably, if we got it, I would imagine we'd probably be able to cut that in half next year.
Is
at
there,
least.
is there any way that we could go half now and then?
Sure, let's go
do-
half now.
Okay. Do you have the answer on 394? No? Still working on it, or move on?
Oh, yeah, move on, I got a black screen of death.
Oh, no. That's not good.
I think what it was, is she said it was, when he was the full-time chief, it was wrapped in his salary.
Okay.
And now it's part-time, it's gonna go to,
Guess I didn't realize that. If I knew it, it didn't click. So we've been out since September. So it's roughly, say, 25% of the year. That would only be like $2,000, not $3,600. Is that I'm sorry?
I just was telling you what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
It was always a stipend position.
Right, I see the stipend's been zeroed out,
I
so,
moved it to hourly.
Add that to the list of things.
okay.
Looking for an answer. Yeah, proposer jumped down to animal control.
Okay, that's not me.
No, leave it alone.
Save the animals. Did you want me to talk about any of that other stuff?
No, we're
No,
not even,
I
we're
know,
only halfway through.
me. I have other things. We'll talk next
I
week.
don't know that we're gonna get to everything else, so I guess we stay here till Tuesday.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you for your help.
Keep careful.
Animal control.
Animal control, stuff.
I know the town approved animal control several years back, but we don't actually have anybody performing it.
No,
At the-
somebody's
today.
hired, we're just.
Yeah, in doing the work today.
No, he's out medical, waiting to see how that develops.
So any idea if he's coming back in 2025?
If I were giving you an informed decision, he's not coming back.
So are you gonna hire?
The right person, I would.
Are we providing these services at all?
Oh, yeah, no, the officer, so if somebody calls, the officer still provide the services. From a financial standpoint, obviously, if we can provide the services for the cost of an animal control officer, it's much
A
more
lot easier,
prudent than
yeah.
an officer. The trick
A lot
is,
easier on the budget.
yeah, finding somebody who wants to do the job, which our current individual wants to do the job, he just physically can't do the job. But who will also come in at least weekly for 4 hours. That's what I'm looking for. Someone who's passionate about it, wants to learn the job, and wants to do 4 hours a week at a
So
minimum.
at 4 hours a week, what do you need in the animal control hourly wage line? $5.30.
So it's called for service-based, and I will tell you, everyone who sees a loose dog will capture and call us on that loose dog. It's something that they do in New England. They don't do it down south. Dogs run.
That's why we get so many transports up here from Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas
Yeah,
of
I don't know.
loose dogs that have been captured and they're now up here as strays. And
Oh, yeah, no.
I love mine to death. That's how I got her, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's how she came to being.
Yeah. But,
Sorry.
I mean, it's
Soapbox.
call for service base. The reason I go with 4 hours a week is because I like the animal control officer to follow up with citizens, let them know, preventative measures, see if they need any help looking at how they're, restricting the dog from access. And, nobody ever calls on cats, which is kind of odd. It's, right, they're both pets, but just the dogs we call on. Just odd. To me,
Cats don't
being a
stand in your own driveway and bark at you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, if they're a nuisance, by all means call, but let me see where we're at budget-wise. But, I mean,
You spent $1,200 this year.
Yeah, he was out a lot. Wanted to do the job.
Just on that line, rather.
Yeah, physically unable to do the job. I had it and lost it.
What's going on?
There we go. A decision on our current animal control officer should come fairly early in the year. And like I said, I would, scenario how I see it's playing out, he would retire or resign or whatever he needs to do because he's physically unable to do the job. We would post a job, but we're not just gonna hire just anybody. We're gonna make sure, it takes a lot to train an animal control officer, and we can waste a lot of time training someone who's not doing it how we want to do it, if that makes sense. I've seen somebody show up too much, and I've seen somebody who not show up enough. So we want to kind of find that balanced individual.
So can you add this to the one that you kind of look at it again from a bottoms up and tell us what you think 25 looks like?
Yeah, I mean, 25, I could definitely see it going down. I don't have a problem with cutting it tonight, at least half. The problem is, what do we do in 2026 if we hire somebody? Because that's going to be a detriment to try to hire somebody. Well, now I only got half the budget that I had. You can only work 4 hours a month. I'm not going to commit myself to 4 hours. You see what I'm saying? Half of that's not a whole
Right,
lot of hours.
but we also have to provide as close to a realistic budget as we can.
Sure,
for
but
that,
it's
and then-
an ongoing, it's not like our budget passes every year. I look at this as like a 5-year plan. I don't need it going up. It can go down some. Would I take it down, a whole lot? Not necessarily, just because if we find the right person, we want to at least have enough hours where they can work and it, be reasonable for our time. Somebody who does animal control is looking low 20s,
So you said 4 hours a week,
is what I would do.
and that's
That's at a minimum. That's without calls for sure. That's like, he's not responding, or she is not responding to an active call. They're just coming in, spending 4 hours going over paperwork, making sure they're up to date, following up with citizen contacts for any past calls on the week. And then, it's on any calls on top of that. Realistically, 8 hours a week. One call, or actually they get a 2-hour minimum, so 6 hours a week. One call for service and 4 hours just to keep up to date is what I think realistic would be.
So with the budget, if I've done the math right, so we'll call it 6 hours per week times 52 weeks, and then divide out the,
And then multiply that by $20 an hour, whatever that comes
well, I'm
out.
dividing, yeah, we could approach it that way. So that is,
There should be in a $6,000 range.
yeah,
6,240.
yep. So we could cut that right about in half and call it 6,500. And then that would get you 6 hours a week at $20 an hour.
With a note that we would need to revisit this for 2026.
Yeah, I'd actually be okay with that.
Okay.
6,240?
6,240 or 6,500, I heard
Oh, I'm
both.
sorry, I said 6,500 a second ago.
Okay.
So, yeah, it actually gets you a little more than that.
Anything else for the chief? We did fuel separately, 6,500.
No, I mean, we could, yeah. Animal control, professional services, $600 line. Over the last 5 years, a total of $140 has been spent.
So that could be huge. If we have to quarantine an animal and we gotta send them to Pope, I forget what the contracted rate is per day, but that's gonna add up quick. You're talking not even 10 days in quarantine. And that's the required RSA, and luckily we haven't had one. We were looking at a dog fighting operation of one time, which was gonna be a lot, tens of thousands. So it all depends. This is kind of like a minimum, just to not get caught with our pants down until I can get in front of y'all and say, hey, this is what we're looking at. Because if we have to actually quarantine a dog, we don't have the facilities for that. They're going to Pope, and that's a contracted rate, which is gonna add up really quick. I wanna say it's in the $60 or $70 a day range. I've got the contract, I can
No,
I
that's
can
fine. If
follow
you're
up
saying
and
that
let you know.
covers RSA for one dog, and, okay, we'll just kind of be
Yeah, it's
gambling.
like
That
one
happens
dog, one dog
time.
at 10 days is pretty much what that's gonna take care of.
I do have a couple, just general questions on the warrant articles. We're not obviously going to get to those tonight, but just to maybe clear these off the plate. The
Sure.
police detective, the officer wellness, and the cardio head start,
Yep,
you
so.
had those in your presentation. Are they warrant articles or part of the operating budget?
No,
Or
so
both?
those were all proposals in the operating budget. I've got those discretionary increases.
Right.
Totally up to you guys.
But are they in the budget as proposed?
Yes.
And we don't need warrant articles, correct?
No, not for any of those.
Okay, all right.
The warrant articles were the carport, or the Tahoe, the carport, the water system, tasers, body-worn cameras.
And additional possibilities of whether or not we want to ask the public to put cruisers in the budget, and 3 to 7 a.m. coverage.
Just more of a conversation, yeah. At what point, I mean, we're there in my.
Just want to make sure my list was good.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Thank you. And thanks for opening those windows.
Would you object to going to Jason's next?
Not at all.
I think we both need to
If you'll,
get going, but I wanna
yeah.
listen to his.
Can we close one of the
Yeah, we
windows?
can do that.
Good morning.
Something like that.
We've already talked about fuel, so you're good there. We've already talked about part-time drivers and overtime. That would be line 407 and 412, taking an action for bottom up on both of those.
I'll call Mother Nature, see what she has to say about the overtime.
Yeah, it's an educated guess, I guess, would be the way I'd... You know, you've got best case, worst case, and most likely. See if we can come up with something like that.
That overtime, you probably about spent now, haven't you? This is 11:30.
Yeah. Yeah.
On-call bonuses would be the first thing I'd want to talk about, other than those things. You know, when we did the 5,000, I think we did last year, we said, this is definitely a one-time thing, we're not going to do it again. And then we went back to 300 because of the default,
Yep.
and now we're asking for 35,000, which is how much per person?
2,500.
2,500 per person?
Yep.
What do you think is the minimum required to retain good qualified people that you've already suffered through not having and then had to get and train?
2,500.
Really? 2,500? You don't think
I
it can
mean,
be less than
I
that?
called everybody up on Thanksgiving and said, come to work. And they all put their dinner plates down and came to work.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, not that we're asking to be pat on the back every time we go out and plow snow, but $1.94 a day, what they're getting paid for being on call right now is kind of ridiculous. Can't even buy a coffee for that. And they're expected to be at the shop within an hour of me calling them.
Do we have any data that says that this is in line with other towns, anything like that?
What DOT's doing?
They are doing 5,000?
I thought you were
Or
doing
2,500
2,500.
rather, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I just lost my first employee ever to DOT this week.
That's pretty tough.
It's awful. I feel
That's
pretty
tough.
bad about that. Anyway, they're doing a $2,500 call bonus, he told me. So that's the only reason I know that.
Okay. I'd like to placehold this for the board to talk about later. I don't know that we need to waste any more of your minutes this evening, but I'd like to bring this back up and for us to talk about it in a little bit more detail next time we
We can
discuss
talk
it.
now. I'd love it.
Oh, I'd like to go do some additional research, to be honest.
Okay.
I think it's good for retention, and I think that always thought the 300 was actually insulting, but, you can always throw other numbers out, I guess. But you pay one, idea to pay it one check or split it up, or what, how was your payment plan, my thoughts?
Once at the beginning, once at the end.
Yeah,
You get a little up front and then a reward for sticking around all year.
Now, set up, they have to show up every time you call.
Yeah, so I keep a spreadsheet of how many times we've been called in, kind of what it's for, and then if there is anybody that didn't show up or whatever, the reason for it, and if it's excusable to me, then
Yeah.
obviously.
Repairs and building maintenance, I know it's not an increase, but is there anything planned in 2025 that is not a yearly amount, i.e. a one-time thing that can be moved to a one-time line? If there is such a thing, or,
We just had the floor drain pumped last storm because the alarm went off, so that number's gonna jump up quite a bit there, so it's not that we're not spending all that money every year. Furnace gets cleaned. It's twice a year, at least. Furnace really only goes about 500 hours before it needs to get cleaned. Pretty dirty fuel, we run through it, so. And there's no backup down there, so we need that furnace.
So we had the floor drain tank and furnace cleaning as notes, and is the floor, how often does that drain tank, how often do you do that?
Depends on the year.
Okay.
Once a year, once every 2 years.
Okay.
You know, if we get a lot of just rain, it's not so bad, but if we get a lot of snow and slush that builds up on the trucks when they park inside, there's more water that drips off of them. And it all goes into that tank, so.
so it's just a catch basin, it doesn't actually flow anywhere from there?
Nope.
It has to be
Nope.
manually taken out?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got oil and everything else that gets dripped in there, so we definitely don't want that leaching out anywhere.
No, I just didn't know if it maybe, went somewhere else that was more readily accessible versus having to pump.
Yep.
Before we get too far down, I had a question on 407, part-time driver, just, it's kind of spiky, over the last, really all 5 years. 7,000, and then $90, 3,600, $21,000, back down to 6,300. Approved budget, 21.5. So I guess, can you just talk through what that represents?
Yeah, so I think the first year, we had a part-timer, and then I believe that part-timer went full-time, and we didn't have a part-time driver position. And then we were so low-staffed, we used that to fill out, some of those vacancies. Even now this year, I've got 2 part-timers right now, because we're down, so.
Okay. So,
It's been all over the board the last 3 years, I guess, that I've been involved. 2 years.
But is that one that you see dropping down as you hit full staff then?
So, like, that part-time driver position, I'd like to keep one driver part-time, during the winter, and then when we need them in the summertime, what that position was kinda made for. What is that, 20 hours during the winter, a week or something like that?
Part-time?
Yeah.
It's 28 hours. Oh, I'm sorry, 20.
20?
20 hours.
Per week? You said for all 52 weeks?
Yeah, because sometimes they do 20 hours one week, 10 the next.
Sure.
They do flagging in the summer.
Okay. So that's roughly $21 an hour.
Sounds right.
21.7?
I had a note on 422. What did that pay for this year?
CDL license, that's why you see that 422A.
Okay.
So given that you've added that line, do you need the meetings and seminars amount at 800 still?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there's all sorts of classes through UNH, T-squared, that the whole crew can really benefit from. Chainsaw safety, flagging, winter maintenance classes, there's road preservation and maintenance, there's just a whole plethora of things that can be done through that meetings and seminars line that really the department needs.
And that's really just kind of taken off again since COVID. They kind of,
Yeah, they're starting to come back with all the
Yeah.
in-person stuff,
Yeah.
which is nice.
yep.
Certified culvert maintainer classes, there's a certificate through DES for that.
Is that something you guys do on the clock or on their own time, or?
It's on the clock. Yeah, typically a town will host a class. If we host a class, we get a little bit of a price discount on the classes.
Okay. My next question is all the way on 445.
444, is there a point in time in the future when that would taper off? 444, highway tools?
In the future, yes.
Approximately when, do you have any idea?
You have a mechanic now that has his own tools, which is nice, but there is also the shop box that the assistant mechanic uses. Town doesn't have any real in-depth maintenance software. That was a future endeavor that myself and the head mechanic have been talking about. So that stuff's not super cheap, but there's always new trucks, new tools that you need. Certainly the line could go down eventually. I still see us needing to get some important tools that the town should own versus your mechanic. 5 years, 4 or 5 years maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the guardrail line, what is that 15,000 new dollars for?
It's not new, it's existing.
You've never spent it.
Oh, okay.
I,
That's what I'm looking at.
yep. So, I think the last time was in 2019.
So why do we need all of a sudden?
That's what
Guardrails.
it's been since 2019. I haven't changed the number. I have not. I tried to get them in late this year after we've redone a couple roads. And it was just not in the schedule for that to happen. I know previously we were going with a company that was using some used rail that was in really good shape. And I think they came out from New York or something, right? Yeah. So those guys they kind of do it in the summer, not in the winter. I think they have their own stuff going on after like August or something, so you got to get them out early. Just wasn't in the cards for the department this year, but there is certainly work to be done as far as that goes.
How much work, what kind of dollar amount?
I don't have the experience to tell you how much right at the moment. I mean, if we go with like CWS, that's all brand new stuff, or if we go with these people, it's good used stuff. So
So where is that money being recorded if it's not on the guardrail line?
surplus in our budget.
It's not being spent.
It's not being recorded on the guardrail line. So where
Hasn't
is
done
it?
anything
Is
since
done
2010.
Not at all, even last year,
He hasn't
the
had a
used
chance
stuff?
to- No,
So it investigated
he
it.
tried to.
Tried
They
to.
couldn't get in the schedule.
Thank you.
And there was a lot of time way before that, if you tried to look way back, that if it was big jobs, it was in road construction, because.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I was going for, is if this 15,000 somewhere else, can we make sure it gets reduced on that line, if we're putting it here?
I always thought it ought to just be added to road construction and take it out, because you never know. Like you say, you don't do it for 3, 4 years, and then you might do it.
Yeah.
But I just never did it, but when you do it, you'll spend that, so, but you might not do it till every 3, 4 years, so.
But do we need to put it in the budget every year if we're not gonna spend it every year? How do you know?
Right.
I mean, honestly, he's saying that it makes the road reconstruction ask easier to justify. If the money's not being spent and we can say, hey, we remove this from the annual budget, but when this happens, it's gonna come out of this line that we're asking for more money from, but you know that's not every year, I think it's a good sell. And so I guess explicitly, I'm suggesting we zero that.
And asking to add it to his warrant article.
Since the ask is, well, make sure I don't know if it's gonna be 15 up over there, but make sure we understand, like, okay, this includes, we did this over here, don't forget when we're talking about what that warrant article represents.
Right, but you'd wanna add it to that warrant article.
But we've got 15 a year that we're not spending, so I don't know that the warrant article needs to go up.
I'm spending
Exactly
I'm
15.
spending it next year. I mean, this is
Yeah, you said
really
you were
truly
gonna
the
spend.
first full summer that I've had
Okay.
complete rains, and we had 6 people. Mostly the whole summer. So there wasn't a lot besides general maintenance that we were doing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. It helps, because then it may be 2 years, from now, you say, okay, now I'm done with guardrails, and then you can adjust your road reconstruction appropriately.
Okay, I made a note on road reconstruction to talk about that when we get there. But move it to $1 so the line stays there in case we want to revert later, or,
We'll give them a chance to see what next year's guardrail bill comes in, I guess.
okay.
Leave it alone for 1 year.
So salt and sand. I know it's something we use a lot of, and we use it consistently. But currently, there's money left in the 2024 expenses, and I would venture to guess that our sheds are probably full.
No, they're not.
They're not.
Mm-mm.
Are they gonna be full by the end of the year?
Yeah, they were full 2 weeks ago before we had all the snow. So tomorrow I'm gonna order, once I see what everybody's used, probably 400 or 500 ton.
And will that use up what your 2024 budget is?
I don't believe it will, but,
So, do we need that much or more in the 2025 budget?
yes. I'll spend probably another 40,000 this week. That's state bid, and when the season rolls around, the vendor who gets state bid typically sends us a form that says how much salt we think we're gonna use, and it stays pretty steady around 3,000 tons. So that's state bid at 3,000 tons,
And
That-
how much per ton?
75.90 state bid this year. That doesn't include buying any sand. Like I said last year, that's not really something that I want to make a habit about doing. We have the crew now, we have the pit, East Road, we can take care of that stuff, but in the event that we have to do that,
You text them, make sure you do a drive-by while I'm talking.
I did not. No. No.
Let's hear the sand salt spray. Roadside mowing. If your warrant article passes to get a roadside mower, does this go down or go away? 454?
It'll go down.
By how much?
I'd venture to say that we could drop it to about 2,000, just for consumable parts on the mower, but I don't wanna do anything before we figure out if we're getting a mower or not.
Well, we might be able to somehow word it that if we get the mower, then we further reduce the budget, or if we don't get the mower, we increase the budget, or something like that, so.
Mhm.
Okay. And knotweed, you're asking for 2,000 more.
Increased cost for the service as well as, an increase in the spread.
And you actually have people and will put down and use the additional product that you buy?
Well, it's a contracted
No, it's-
service.
It's a contract,
Yeah.
okay. All right. So is it under contract, or is it just an agreement, or is it just a service?
I think it's agreement or service.
Yeah, it's just an
It's
agreement.
not a contract.
Okay, yeah, you know where I'm going.
I do.
Okay.
It's not a multi-year con, they just go out to bid, we hire that person to do that work type of deal.
Just 2 treatments a year, one in the spring, one in the fall. Typically.
Anything else for Jason on highway? Transfer station? Already talked about the overtime line, justify that, make sure that's the right number. 490, the fuel surcharge and wait times. What can we do to impact that?
We can make sure our trailers are 100% ready to go when we call the trucking company to come and pick them up. Other than that, we're at the mercy of the places we go to.
I heard Wheelabrator got bad.
They've gotten awful.
Woody from Dunbarton sat there for 4 hours in the morning.
Yeah.
Can we call ahead and see what the wait time is? Call ahead and get a number?
No.
Anything?
No,
Must be nice.
You got 2 trailers, you need at least one empty one most of the time. So, and when it's full, it's gotta go.
So that's basically, that's tripling. So how can we get that down?
For the last, I think me and finance pulled the last 4 to 6 months or so slips from the trucking and tried to get an average wait time for where we're going, and that's where we came up with that number.
most of it trash. Wait till,
Most of it's trash. There's a few at Naughton's for demo, but
yeah.
How much, what percentage of the wait time do you think is on our end?
it's probably less than 25%.
It's not nothing. You know, we can improve processing.
Yeah, we get the occasional flat tire that nobody gets to, or some garbage hanging off the back of the trailer that they don't cut off, but there's really no reason for it to be on our end. Not saying it doesn't happen, it does, but when they pull the trailer, it's supposed to go around, kick the tires. When they call, say the paper trailer's ready, it's supposed to be tarped, roofs are supposed to be off it, it's supposed to be ready to go. Same with the steel, it's supposed to be packed down. Demo trailer, it's supposed to be packed down, kick the tires.
If 25% of the time we're calling and getting charged, not 25% of the time we call, but that we're getting charged extra, and it's our fault. Are you circling back to the employees? All that's been, yeah,
Just, and given
performance.
the split, we have the note, fuel surcharge $1,500 and $13,460 for wait time, so roughly $3,000 if we're saying roughly 25% on our side.
Sounds right. Maybe a waste of paper, but can we at least send something to the company saying, this is ridiculous, what are you doing? How can you, you know,
I've talked to other towns about it, and it's just what they're short-staffed over there, and when they get so much, their trash is dumped inside a building, and there's room for like 1 or 2 trucks, and you gotta wait for the loader to come over and push it up, and everyone else is in the same boat, I guess, it's just not the town of Ware.
no, but if we kind of, at least, probably choosing bad words at this time of night, but if we at least know the root of the problem is there, can't we tell them that we're dissatisfied with their service?
Can, but they get a lot of people wanting to come in, so they'd be happy if we left.
And
And there's nowhere else to take trash, so I wouldn't aggravate them.
on their end, they'd be happy if we left.
Well, they wouldn't be
Yeah, as
upset
far
because
as-
there's
yeah,
all kinds of other people.
because there's so many other
Because
people.
when we signed this contract, it was like a huge jump per year, you know, and first it was a sticker shock, wow, we ought to shop around, and right away, got phone calls, no, you probably better stay, and we looked around, and other options are, you know, half again that much per ton, and lots further away for trucking, so. I don't know if it'll last forever. I was told it was shorthanded. I only know because roundtable discussions at my own work, that they're having the same trouble, and I'm friends with 2 other transfer station managers, and they having the same, like I said, one of them was stuck for 4 hours. He was driving the truck on the scale, so.
I don't think we're close to the break even, but at some point there's a break even where it would be cheaper for us to drive our own trucks.
Yeah, not for $15,000.
No, I'm just, if we're looking for,
No,
where,
but
like,
15,000
where's the?
this year, last year, I mean, this is, where is it? You know, somebody probably should
And if
put
this,
some
if
pen
it
to
keeps
paper.
going up is kind of my,
Right,
it's something to,
It certainly just arose this past year. Trucking company informed me, hey, Wheelbrader they got some things going on that are increasing wait times, so. Something that we need to keep track of, yes. Whether it justifies adding a whole new position, I don't know, but.
yeah, I'm not suggesting that right now, but.
That's certainly been to this table before.
Yeah, as soon as I said it, I was like, wait a minute, I swear Ricky said this, I think the 2 of you hashed it out last year.
It was always an interest, just never could get the support, I guess. And then you didn't have enough people to think about it anyway, so.
Yep.
well, maybe we can also then, take that body that we hire and, you know, subcontract them out to New Boston or some other place. I don't know. There's gotta be an option. Maybe futile, but can you, anything you can think of between now and our next meeting that would help with this line?
I'll see what I can come up with.
Thank you. Safety gear. 493.
What number?
493.
493.
490.
Yeah, we haven't been buying any, and now it's in the budget. So, do we really need it? What is it?
Yeah, gloves, vests. Unfortunately, I think, mainly gets bought at the highway department, and, transfer station guys come down and get a pair of gloves at the highway department, so moving forward, that's definitely something I will, keep track of better.
What you guys got for Jason? Anything else? On transfer station?
No.
Nope.
Anything in sewer? I think you're sewer, correct?
I had one note on 512. There is a note that says increase in pumping costs every 2 years, and we can see that reflected back over the years. So how, I guess this, how are you accounting for the every 2-year cost on an annual budget?
It's the same way with the glass crushing transfer station. That stuff gets carried over till the next year.
Well, the sewer department, they bill out the end of the year, right?
Yeah, it's all user fee.
Yeah, so this isn't taxpayer-based, other than, I guess they live in town, they're taxpayers, but
Yeah.
they don't pay unless he has the tanks pumped.
Yeah, but I guess,
It still goes into the calculations of how much we're asking for and what the default budget is, so, we're increasing that from 3,000 to 4,500, default to 25 proposed. And I understand it's, in the end, it's a wash, but it looks to the taxpayers like we're asking for 1,500 more tax dollars. Because we really are. Indirectly.
and I guess my question is, if we're at, if we go to the proposed of 45, and then that's, over the 2 years, it's gonna be 9, is the actual cost in 25, 9,000?
Say that again?
So because it says increase in pumping cost every 2 years, I'm reading that as, and I'm looking at the numbers, and it seems to be there is a cost every 2 years, and every 2 years it's going up. But we ask for money every single year, and since we're asking for 45, we asked for, we got 3 this year and didn't spend any, so we've got 3 in the bank, so to speak. If, you said it carries over.
Yeah, that's my fault. I misspoke on that.
Okay, so the expected cost next year is 45, but then why did we ask for 3 this year? And that's my question for every other year. How do we handle, other year we spend 0, every other year we spend an amount? How can we handle that in an annual budget?
That would be nice. We could figure that one out. Yeah, we're luck of the draw that we put it in the proposed budget and it passed. So now it's stuck in the default.
Okay.
If we could guarantee a proposed budget every year, we wouldn't have default. It's hard to do life cycle management for something that's every other.
Seems like it's at least worth noting that every other year, I don't know if we can force the issue, but every other year that money has to go back.
Well, I would think at least 3,000 if it needs to go back this year.
Yeah.
So does that amount get raised appropriated?
What was that?
Does it get raised and appropriated, that
Yeah.
amount? Oh, all right, I misunderstood how it worked, I guess.
But you got the offsetting revenue, so
Right.
it comes to the,
Right,
and the offsetting revenue is the whole amount of what's.
yep, yep.
Anything else on that one?
No.
Mowing, if we get a mower, does that line go away as well? 514.
You want us to mow it?
I'm asking, does it go away? I'm
Oh.
legitimately asking a question, not telling you that it should.
Well, that was always a lawn care, yeah.
Yeah, but outside of the contract.
Yeah. There's still gonna be a cost associated with it.
Okay. So, no.
Yeah, gonna have to buy a mower, equipment.
It's not part of what you would normally do on your roadside.
Oh, she was asking if you could do it with your roadside mower.
Oh, no, no.
Okay. Because you haven't had a mower, you had to put this in there, and now that you have a mower, it can come out.
No,
No.
it's not
Okay.
that kind of mowing.
Okay.
This is like mowing your lawn. type.
Right.
Is there a cistern nearby?
Right.
I don't know. We're always talking about how good the coffee is. Maybe just show up with some coffee. Okay. Anything else on sewer? Water treatment?
It's an equipment repair line that hasn't been used in 5 years, $400. Should we keep that around? Do you anticipate using it?
Never know what's gonna happen. I mean, you're supplying water for a few people, so.
Is that something that would get passed through? Would they end up paying for whatever repair?
I believe it's a service, but
What's that, Ian?
equipment repair.
I
for
said, would
water.
that get passed through? Any kind of repair that needs doing
What do you mean get past it?
to the,
Isn't that just this building that you have tested?
Well, that and the daycare.
Yeah, the water district. and
But then,
treatment.
so you're asking if this gets billed like the sewer?
oh. yeah,
No,
okay.
it doesn't.
Yeah, okay. Yep, okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's been that long? Cause you had to do some work over the, I guess it's been gone a little while. Daycare got a new bubbler once. You did work here, didn't you?
Tim did, I believe.
Oh, that bubbler there's new since I've been here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Does that round you out? Are we done with you?
I think so.
Okay.
You wanna cut anybody else's stuff?
Nope. It's in there, they need it.
Okay. I propose that we take a break then. Pick this back up onto our next meeting.
Well, I gotta go plow the school so the kiddies can go to school in the morning.
Is there anything else we must do tonight?
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
Okay.
I'll share with you what I put together, which is Beth, we're gonna finish the budget next time.
On the
Get this
23rd?
all done. Well,
Well, we're not promising we're gonna finish. We're gonna continue what we're talking about. Just to make sure everybody's clear, we're gonna continue, possibly finalize.
Right.
we're gonna just make all something together. This is an outline more than anything.
Okay. And this is just so we can take it home and look at it between now and the next one?
There's no numbers, there's no nothing. It's just kind of a layout.
Okay.
Put the dates on the front, that's about it.
All right. Anybody else have anything that cannot wait till next meeting?
What do you wanna do at the next meeting? It's 2 days before Christmas. So I have Chief Moore with the acceptance of the highway department. I have opening RFPs for lawn care, cleaning, and headstones, and then I had manifest and administrative report, but no, I'll finish.
Continue.
Continue.
Continue the discussion.
That'll probably be funny, won't it?
So if we do Chief Moore, open RFP, manifest and administrative report, continue 2025 proposed budgets.
And we're supposed to open an award, hopefully, the custodial lawn maintenance, did you say that?
Yeah, I had
Okay,
lawn
okay.
cleaning
Thank
and
you.
headstones.
And can we get a finance report yet on what's left from 2024? That we might be able to use to offset, or is that 23rd too early to get that?
Say that again?
What is going to be left from the 2024 operating budget? Can we have that on the 23rd, or is that too early in the year end to get that number?
23rd, you're still gonna have 2 payrolls. We could do it, and then you could just refresh it on 30th.
Okay. And any prior encumbrances that need to be possibly rolled forward?
You talking like the one?
Yeah, and if there's anything else like that, because she said she had a list, I thought. Now, I don't know if that was a list of one, but,
No, she's probably got that list.
okay.
I do have just one thing, that's gonna relate to taxes. That gentleman, I looked for his tax bill. It is not in the return. We don't have it back, we never got it back.
Okay.
So I went out with everybody else's. So he's waiting for an answer on waiving the interest, which is about $150.
And we've sent other
Yeah, I
documents to
just
that
stacked it. I
address?
just stacked
No,
it.
to his address in prior
Yeah, we just-
billing
we just
cycles?
did the other ones, yeah. He's never changed his address. Same place. So I don't know what's tell you what happened. I did look through all of the 24s, first halves, and then you come back. I mean, the ones that I have came back, the ones I didn't.
Does anyone want to waive it or not waive it?
I just need to tell him I was with the next, not this week, it's next week.
And do you, I seem to recall that he had never had an issue in the past. Is that what I'm saying?
He has not, I mean, you look back and when we played, he just said, I always pay my bills in time, I've researched. And if you search the town for the 27 and 28 years he's lived here,
Yeah.
you'll see I always pay on time. I don't
Right.
know.
I'm inclined to waive it, but I don't want to set a precedent. I guess I'm asking how often this kind of thing happens, and if it turns into, now everybody starts calling and, but on a single case, totally isolated, I don't think it's unreasonable.
Does anybody object?
No objection.
Do we need a vote?
So you make a motion?
I'm asking, do we need a vote?
Someone's gotta, yeah, 'cause it's over the amount we can waive.
I don't have all the details in front of me.
Waive the interest on Paul Shula's first half tax bill.
Scholes?
Shula.
Shula. Paul Shula.
Yes, I'll make that motion.
All right, anyone like to second it?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes or yay. Yes.
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 Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes. We do need to answer back to the trustee of the trust funds that asked us for authorization to rectify some old negative balances. Through the follow-up communication T.A. Bolton did with the trustees of the trust funds, they explained why the balances are negative and how the corrections will be made. So at this point, I would accept a motion to authorize the trustees of the trust funds to move the required funds from the other trust within Section 3 to cover the negative balances. Those negative balances are $354.41 for Arthur D. Bailey and $3,323.67 for Ruth Woodbury. And the total amounts come to $3,678.08. Would anyone like to move that?
So moved.
Second.
I can't write that fast. Moved by Selectman Pratt, seconded by Selectman Drury. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 500. Candidate filing information was posted today on the town broadcast. Did the Ethics Committee verify that those are in fact the openings for their committee? I saw 4 listed. And the only reason I'm asking is because their operations procedure says they will appoint for the remainder of the term. And I want to make sure that the email that went out is exactly what they want it to be.
I didn't post it, I did notice it at the same time, I can't speak for them. I
Right.
don't know if it's right or wrong, I haven't asked, I haven't verified.
That they'll appoint for the remainder of the term.
Yeah,
That's what they had said.
right.
in their
So
meeting.
is
So there's
it,
not 4 openings.
is the
next
4 openings that were in that email real, or was it just somebody
Oh.
took them and said, this is what we think it should be, so we're gonna
year. I
post
think
it?
we have to look at that, because I don't think it's 4 openings. That's just me.
Okay, can we get with ethics and see if a correction needs to be sent out?
Yep.
Okay, that is it. Motion to adjourn at 11:51.
Second.
Anyone, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, motion to adjourn is passed. Have a good night, please be safe